entombed for 3,000 years, wrath growing in me. I have lived an eternity suspended in darkness. Release me. Time have run out. Curse fills the room. Curiously open my tomb. Rising from the cradle of death, my sentence has come to an end. Release me, wasting and running. Release me. My curse is your curse. Death is the gift I bring. Revenge in my hands. I feel no remorse. This is the mommy's curse. Release me. Wasting and running. Release me.
Hey folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. Let's get started. I know we don't have a lot of people in the chat yet, but we will. I have sad news to tell you guys today. It sucks. It really does. Sorry to tell you. Unfortunately, we have to shut the channel down. I know it sucks. It's a hard thing. The setup's kind of changed, so still have to figure it out. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. We have to shut the studio down. We have to shut the channel down. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah. We went too far. We took it too far. We did bad things, terrible things. We call people out on their bullshit. Can't do that. That's wrong. Got to let them say what they want to say. They should be allowed to rip people apart, tear them apart limb from limb, defame them, libel, slander. But if you say something back, oh, man. Well, I'm going to get your channel shut down. So that's what happened to me earlier. I don't think he's a lawyer. I don't think he's very smart at all, but I spent the last 2 hours defending attacks from this one guy who's just determined. So he made a video about me today. So I wake up to a message from him, gloating, showing me the screenshot of the video he made. I'm not gonna say his name because this could get legal. He says he wants it to get legal, so it's gonna get legal. He said he's gonna file a report on me for threats.
Does this one have a job?
I think he actually does have a job.
Oh, so he's the first one.
Pretty much.
Well, he should be their leader then.
He should be the leader.
Yeah.
I think he's not the smartest one though. I know which one is the smartest, but he's also the evilest too. So it makes sense that he would be the leader. But no, he's one of those people. He thinks he's not involved. He calls this an imaginary war. So he makes an entire video about me. We got some time till we get some people in here, and then we're gonna tell a story, and we're gonna bring a guest on, and we're gonna have some fun until he shuts my channel down, which he says he's gonna do. Him and 1,000 other people. You know why? Because they can't do what we do. You know, Bearded Lady's attack started because, think about it. I went back on the timeline. Right after I did that live where I was out at night, then I got attacked.
Yeah.
I think if I would have stayed in my lane and just retold people's encounters or had them come on and whatever, I would have just kept getting attacked by the Filthy Five, which turned into the Sinister Seven. But I would have been okay with these guys might have left me alone, but I think that Bearded Lady caught on to that. He was like, oh, wait a minute. Wait, whoa, hey. Well, why is he over there doing that? Now he's over there doing investigation. That's my territory. That's my game. That's my game. Dick slap is my game. You ain't finna do that dick slap, and I'm doing that. That's what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, no, I got you now. Then he calls up his buddy. He's like, hey, Dill Pickle. This your homeboy, home dog, whatever kind of stuff we call each other. Zoomers, millennials, whatever we are. Oh, you already know about it, huh? Yeah. Well, we got to do another hit piece. We got to take somebody out. Take that sucker out. Bang, 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 bang. Take him out. Okay, I'll see you. That's how I imagine it went down. I don't know if that's exactly how it went down. I don't know if that's an exact recreation.
I don't think it's that far from the truth.
But I've been called a goof, a fool, all kinds of stuff. A guy messaged me, said all kinds of crap. Funny thing is, as soon as we were off with the talking, I called up Steve. Steve is my legal counsel. I said, excuse me, Steve, let's take a look. And Steve laughed. Coffee. Spitting up his coffee. He says, I have drinks with coffee. I got to go watch a basketball game with my kid. In the middle of it, trying to stay awake here. And I'm like, sorry, man. I was so scared by his threats. He's going to take my channel down for violating the terms of service. Yet him and the doucher and the Filthy Five can violate it all to death. And nothing happens to them. Not a damn thing. The threats that they've made go unheeded. The only thing I've been able to do to get them down is when they use my material because it's copyrighted and trademarked. That's the only thing we've been able to do. And actually, it wasn't even me that turned them in. I have people that do that for me. And then he says that I act like the Godfather, that I'm the Sopranos or whatever. Dude, what in the hell are you talking about, dude? You made up this whole imaginary scenario because I was sick of y'all's crap, and now you're going to run with that. That's what you're going to go with? The Sopranos? Dude, how about I'm just a guy who's tired of getting messed with? How about I'm a guy who's going to call you out on your crap, and I'm not going to let you lie and cheat and steal and do all the crap that you've been doing? Your channel literally does nothing but attack person after person after person after person. Then you want to message me and talk about how your channel got taken down. Your channel got taken down because you attack people every day. I don't make shows based on attacking people. That's what you do. I defend. Now, I'm not going to take your crap, and I'm not scared of you. And I encourage you, if you feel threatened, to call the local law enforcement or whatever, whoever, call the National Guard. But the bottom line is you were using defamation, slander, lie. That's what you've been doing. You were waiting for your opportunity to do that. Okay? I knew eventually you were going to come out of the woodwork and do something because you showed up in Clough's comments saying all kinds of stuff. Trying to get us to go over there so you could ambush people. You know better than the people you claim that you're defending against. You're attacking all these people. I took a little look at his channel today. And it's disgusting. I didn't even realize
Well, nobody's watching it.
he's going after everybody in this community. And then he talks about me doing that. I've never seen anything like it, man.
It's projecting.
And then he called me and called me and called me. You texted me repeatedly, and I told you I don't want to talk to you. Then you go and you make a piece. You took a hit out on me, basically on a piece, since we're using soprano terms. Yo, T, he took a piece out on me, hit on me.
Oh!
Oh, what's up? Shots fired. Oh. And all kinds of other flim-flam catchphrases.
All that
and
paranormal, satanic black magic.
satanic black magic paranormal stereotypical gangster talk. So that's what you do. That's what you did. And then you tell me, after all the crap you said on that video where you spewed lie after lie after lie about me and my wife, and he even called you my little cousin. I guess that's the soprano line too. He's my nephew, but that's fine, whatever. And then you say, I'm going to call the police on you.
For what?
Says I threatened him. I wasn't even talking to him. I was talking to Blake. Blake's the one that said he wanted to fight me. Did you say you wanted to fight me? Apparently you do too, because now he said, I'll let the law enforcement sort it out.
Sort what out?
Let them sort it out.
These people want to talk all this crap and then hide behind. Oh, I'm gonna. Do you have your glasses?
I don't know where they are.
Oh, anyway,
And then you,
I'm gonna call the police. The police are gonna get you because I have. I'm gonna call the police on you. Yeah. And when they get here, you're gonna go to jail, and they're gonna see my side with all my facts and logic. Yeah, because I'm smart and you're stupid, and you're just a big fat stupid head. Yeah. You're dumb. You're stupid, and you say bad things, and you make me mad. Oh, you make me so mad. You're so stupid, and you're fat, and you're ugly, and I don't like you, and you need to go away. Go away.
yeah. You're bald. You're bald. Your breath stink. You're ugly. You're ugly. You're bald. You're ugly. You're That's what little kids do. Ad hominem, whatever. No, this isn't the guy from the swamp. No, this is another guy. But I'm sure the guy from the swamp is cheering him on because nobody's looking at him. Mm-hmm. Nobody's messing with the real frauds. They're just going after me. They're very simple, too. I mean, you got to take down the one that's doing the good stuff.
Chris says he drives a Subaru with a tent on top.
No, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Try reasoning with these people. There's no reasoning with them.
I have the facts and logic on my side. I'm an atheist aper.
I'm smart and you're dumb. And he calls me Wolf Boy Turner. So he sends me a video basically at 4:11 p.m. He sends me a text message. Now, if you're so afraid of the threats that were made against you, why would you message me this and say, gee, damn, dude, you're a goofball with me going like this in the video? He took the worst shot that he could find, which isn't really that bad. I think it looked kind of good in that one. And then he says, oh, you're a goofball. And then I'm like, are you serious? Because I don't know what he's talking about. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. I have work to do. Rent. Okay? From the short ones. I have work to do. I don't know what are you talking about? So I'm like, wow. So instead of letting it go like I was, you start this. Welcome to the party.
I just don't get how you talk a bunch of crap and you call the police.
Yeah.
Like
that was his big mistake. So that's you. I am so glad that you are that stupid to try that, because that right there was just really damning.
No real
You don't
man.
get up there and make a video just completely tearing someone apart, and then decide, and then I'm going to call the police on you for threatening me, and let the police sort it out.
Like, what man does that?
Well, he brings up that too. He says that me calling Blake a hermaphrodite was a And now in this day and age, how can you do that?
Oh, shut up, dude. God, you people are such weak sissies.
He lives in
You're a bunch of
West
pansies.
Coast.
You're weak.
West Coast.
Your minds are weak. No one cares about how you feel, about your sensitivities, whatever. Shut up. You're a little crybaby girl. In this day and age, what about this day and age? Do you think that back in the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, people were like, oh, in this day and age, it's 1654. I thought we were past this. Stupid. You're dumb.
And your breath smell, and you're ugly, and you're stupid, and I'm smart. Basically it, right? So he spent the afternoon, wasted my afternoon, while I was still getting things done. I was still working while all of this was happening. I assume he's probably done with his job, so it was time to attack me. So he can, you have like things to do, don't you, dude? I mean, you know what you did. You know how you got involved. You inserted yourself by going into the comment section and Clough's channel. I have not watched one, and no offense to you, Clough, I think you're a great guy, and I appreciate that you're doing things to defend Paranormal Roundtable. I did not commission you to do that, but I appreciate it. I have only watched one video, of Clough's, and I was sent a link, and it was the one about Dusher. And so I went on and I watched it. And there he was in the comment section, Mr. Tallwins, on there talking away. You wanted to be a part of this, Dill Pickle. You did.
That's why he got. Wasn't he the dude that got all bent out of shape?
About Stephen, yeah, he got all bent out of shape about Struford. Then he even sent me a message. I have the screenshots that says that dude is an unforgiving or he holds grudges. He said. Then later changes, backtracks and says, "Oh no, I made a mistake. I meant he doesn't hold grudges." But then in the context that you put it in, it made sense because you said that Struford would not forgive me because, well, he holds grudges. So you threw your own friend under the bus, right? Then you turned and said, no, that's not what I said. And then you called me a coward because I wouldn't talk to you. I wouldn't answer the phone. Why would you be calling me and trying to talk to me and send me all these messages and nana poo poo if you're so scared? That was what Steve wanted to know. He was like, somebody who's so afraid and filing charges for threats is not going to be, he's not going to do that.
Yeah.
You're not going to be messaging me and calling me and saying all kinds of crap if you're so afraid. So you can throw that out the window. Obviously, you ain't afraid, dude, or you wouldn't have been doing what you did. You wouldn't have been saying what you said. You would have been leaving my ass alone, but you didn't. You can't. That's what's wrong with this whole thing, folks. Him and another guy jumped in opportunistically. They had no dog in this fight. In fact, they had fought with the people we were fighting with. They were fighting with them at one point. Does that tell you something? Remember that, folks. That is very important. They fought with the same people that I'm fighting with. These people that jumped in. Now they're all on the same team. You know why? Because it's a three-way thing here. They don't want me to be too strong. So they got to jump in with my enemies to try to bring me down. And damn sure don't like that I'm going to start doing investigations. I retell people's encounters. I do it well. I get people on the show and I interview them. I do it well. We do all kinds of stuff. We have music. It's good. We do a lot of things that they can't do or they won't do. So now they're mad. They're mad. Throwing the biggest temper tantrum that this field has ever seen because they're mad. They want Bad Man gone. Crying, all of them making videos about me. Too bad. You're not giving the people what they want. All you do is start fights. And now you've all come up against someone who's not going to take your crap. And now you're mad. And you'll be madder because we'll fill the chat up every night and we'll still do what we do. And so now he has to threaten me, Short Ones has to threaten me with, he's going to take my channel down. He's like, I have enough on you to take you down. I have enough on you too. Only is you have little squatty pygmy runt channels that nobody cares about. Ain't it right? You don't care. He's like, I have my other channel removed. Yeah. Because I watched what you did. I went back and I looked at your current channels. You attack this person, this person. Every video is about a person that he's attacking. Every video, folks, I looked at it. It was like person after person after person after person. That's all you do, Runt. That's all you do. And Blake the Fake, same thing. That's all y'all do. Y'all just attack people incessantly. Oh, this guy and that girl and this guy and that girl and blah, 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 blah. Wow. And then you want to talk about what I said about Blakey, the big fakey. You go to that group that they're in. The paranoid, what's it called? The people who believe in Bigfoot consciously, or what the heck is the name of that damn channel?
The Lost, whatever.
No, the name of the group that Strudel runs.
Coalition
for the Critical Thinking of Bigfoot.
Critical Stinking.
Yeah. They hang out in that group like a bunch of pit vipers, and then he spun it. He twisted it.
Well, yeah, they all attacked Nellie.
Yeah, they did. But no. He spin doctored the hell out of that. He said that Nellie went over there. Yeah, she went over there and started a bunch of crap. Oh, man, that video you made, very inflammatory, very incendiary, and you say a lot of untruths. When you say something that's the truth, it's not libel, it's not defamation, it's not slander. But when you just say a bunch of crap, that's your opinion, well, it is. And that's what you did. And you called me Josh the Wolf Boy Turner. You said my whole name. My whole name is on there. That's not too smart. You think you're smart. You think you're really brilliant, right? Well, that's really dumb. You just put the whole thing on there, didn't you? 35, 40-minute video. What's even cooler is toward the end, like a little after the halfway point, three-quarter, maybe a quarter of it's just me talking. He lets me talk, and I'm glad for that. It's pretty cool. Because you see what I'm saying on that video. So you didn't do a very good job. And you want a response from me, and you think that you're going to get a response and it's going to help your cause. It's not. I'm giving you the response, but it's not going to help you. You did a very sloppy job. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Josh the Wolf Boy from outside of Chicago. Yeah, that's it. That's me. This is it. My Wolf Boy shirt. He thinks he did a thing. He messaged me to tell me he did that. Look at what I did.
So?
I pee standing up. I'm a big boy.
What?
I made video. I made video of you.
What are you gonna?
I made video of you.
What are you gonna do? Throw your Star Trek dolls at us, you fat nerd?
Hey! Stop with the ad hominem. Although that's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
I saw you in the comment section over there, and I knew what you were doing, and I know you've been salty ever since the strudel doodle thing. Okay, he even brought that up. That was his big, battle cry.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
trying to rally the other skeptic. Well, they're not skeptics; they're cynic/atheist apers to get against me. Then he attacked my Christianity. Attacked me saying I'm a fake Christian and I'm not a real Christian or whatever. Well, you're damn sure a real atheist. I could tell. Everything you talk about. You insulted me. You go, yeah, well, I don't believe in Dogman. You don't believe in Dogman. Good. And I tried to explain to you why I do. Tried to reason with you. At one point, I thought we had been on the same page. You claimed to dislike the same people that were attacking me. You claimed to understand. You claimed to be like, yeah, I get it. But as soon as your buddy goes in on the attack, then you jump to his defense because, well, let's be honest. That wasn't a coincidence, was it? The timing was a little suspicious, too. What are you afraid of? That I'm going to do what you do, but do better? Is that what it is? Is that what y'all are afraid of? Is that what your problem is? Nobody takes you seriously as researchers and blah, blah, blah. Because you don't do research, do you? You just take off with your emotion tangents, whatever, and you make hit piece videos on people where you just talk trash. That's what you do. That's what they do.
Yeah. None of them get like actual accounts and write books or do anything.
Nothing.
One of them has written a book, and it's a little golden book, like 40 pages long. They produce nothing.
Nothing.
They create nothing. They are nothing.
Yeah, Gil, you're right. Gil Sanchez. I could compliment them. I have complimented them. You know, and right now I'm talking about these two guys. They're not the aper. I mean, they're not the filthy five. It's ridiculous. Instead of just doing your job, doing good work, and making your channels better, all you have committed yourself. All you do is sit around and attack others. You make videos attacking others, and you claim that you're all about exposing the truth. You want the truth, right? You want the truth. So in order to achieve that, you spew a bunch of lies about me and my people? Because that's what you did. You spun that so bad, but I'm glad you did, because that is the key right there. And I'm saying it right here on the show. That's the key right there. You should have been honest. You should have been honest, but you didn't. You were not honest. You lied. And then I offered to talk to you. I finally said, okay, fine, whatever. This isn't going to go away. This guy's going to keep on. And then what'd you say? You said, no, we got to talk on a third-party channel. And then you went on to say that you were still going to tell the police, that I threatened. Well, screw you then, dude. I don't need to talk to you at all. I don't have nothing to say to you. You need to do that, though. Go ahead and do that. Call the police. Get them involved. Let's get lawyers involved. Let's do whatever it is that you want to do. Because I'm welcome to whatever. I don't care. I don't give a crap. Get my channel shut down. And even if it does get shut down, oh well, I'll still be around. See, unlike you, people don't know you. And then he says, well, you're not big enough to piggyback on, and you're not famous enough.
Well, then why are you doing it?
Why are you doing it?
Why are you and your buddies doing it?
Why are you doing it? Leave me alone. Go away. If I'm not important enough to you, which obviously I'm not, then stop. Go away. Leave me alone. Very simple. You could do that if you really wanted to. You could just go away. Leave me alone. You didn't have to make a video attacking me for 40 minutes. Can you imagine that? The energy that it takes? You have to sit there and edit that video. And then they took clips of my video. It won't be up long because it's all copyrighted and trademarked. So enjoy it while you can. So he makes a video attacking me. Right?
Yeah, we don't make videos using other people's videos.
Yeah.
Because we're too busy making our stuff and
Real
working.
Yeah.
Being adults, being men. Not sitting there. Let me see what Josh Turner has. Oh, I can't wait to sit through all of Josh Turner's content and download it and chop it up and I'm going to put this in Adobe Premiere Pro and DaVinci Resolve and then put all these effects on it. Blah, 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 blah. That's you. All right, but we don't have time for that. All right, we got things that we got to do. We got money to make. We got things to do. We got our own show to attend to. We don't sit and download your shows and try and pick them apart and chop them up. And what's wrong with you people? What's wrong with your brains? I don't get it. They don't work. They don't work. So they shouldn't eat. They should just starve. I don't know. I mean, you look like you're a fan of Karl Marx, and Karl Marx said
they definitely are.
Karl Marx said in his little book, "He who does not work shall not eat." So maybe you should take that into account because you probably don't have a job.
Need my glasses if you got them. You got them?
Yeah.
Thank you. And now, on that note, we've wasted enough time talking about this guy. We got 274. See what we can get, and that burns their ass too. I mean, they see the numbers that come into my chat, and they can't stand it. Blake was just so mad. He goes, "Oh, so I people watching this guy. Oh, look at what I'm doing." Oh, you're not doing anything. That's the point. That's why they're watching me. You can't understand why people are watching us. I don't think any of them can grasp reality. When your show sucks, it sucks. There's nothing you can do about it. But change it. But they don't change it. They just double down. That's the problem. I'm trying to make sure I'm putting these in right. I don't know, because they're shaped a weird way. These are not like my old ones. These are tricky.
What
Do you know which way they're supposed to go?
I mean, you can feel them if they're in backwards.
Well, I tried them both ways, and they felt uncomfortable either way. So
let me see.
Have you guys set a date yet for Barton's show? No, what
They go
was
this
the
way.
message about PRT Monday's show? For Barton's show? What do you mean Barton's show? Barton's show is his show. I mean, like that's up to him when he wants to have me on. All he has to do is invite me. He had said that he was going to have me on at some point, but got a lot going on. So it's hard I got a lot of people's shows I'm supposed to be doing, and it's just very hard, very difficult to try to get it done. And then when you're constantly under attack, and his thing, he's not new, but this guy talking about why I get attacked. He's trying to say, oh, you farm trauma. You cause it, whatever. People like you won't stop. You keep coming around. You didn't have a dog in this fight, but you chose to stick your nose in it, just like, what's his name? The doucher. Had nothing to do with you. Nothing, man. What was the point of doucher coming after me? There wasn't one.
Chasing clout?
Yeah,
and that's all it is.
Clout chasing, and then the fact that maybe we announced, I don't know, it's just shot in the dark, I don't know. But we're going to start doing investigations, which I guess he's like, watch it, I'll put my foot down. That's what I do.
Well, yeah, because they know that even though that's not what we do, it's not our forte, if we do it, we're going to eat their lunch because they suck.
Yeah, we'll do it better than them. We'll go out there and do it correctly. So it's just, but folks, hold your breath, because now my channel is being taken down. And I'm going to go to jail for threats. Nan poo-poo.
I can't get over that. I have no respect for that.
I'm going to call the police.
Well, that's what the other one was doing. He talked about fighting me. Not Doucher, but one of the Filthy Five. He just talked about it. And then he said, you know what? I'm calling the police tomorrow. I'm like, geez, Louise. All this talk about fighting, and then nothing. And then he's like, you want to fight me? I never said I wanted to fight you, dude. That's not what I said. But you want to take that and run with it, so you go ahead. You're going to do it anyway. You're going to take whatever I say, and you're going to twist it and turn it and make it into something unrecognizable. That's what y'all do.
Because y'all have time for that, because you don't work.
Well, I think he does. I think that the short ones works.
Must not be very much.
Yeah, he obviously had time to text me at 3 o'clock his time and brag and gloat about the new video you made. Why would you do that? See, that's not the actions of a person who's afraid and is worried about threats. That's the person who's trying to generate threats. And that's what you did. You tried to bait me into getting mad and making a mistake and saying something mean and nasty to you. But you said a bunch of mean, nasty things, didn't you? Because you couldn't help yourself. Y'all's hate is so strong. There's all these other people out there you could be messing with, but you're choosing to mess with me. And then you go around saying, well, you're not popular enough for me to get clout from. Then why do it? It's a waste of time, isn't it? It's a futile effort. You're not getting anything out of it. Stupid. And I'm not going to make a video about each one of these people. I don't have time for that crap. Can you imagine having a channel that's what you do? You just make a video about this person, then a video about this person, and then a video about this person, and this person. All people that you're jealous of and you're angry with and whatever. So they are hoaxers and frauds and whatever. So what is you and Blake's thing with me? I'm not a hoaxer or a fraud. I've never done any hoaxing, never done any fraudulent activity. I have not bought subs. I do not buy views. I don't buy likes or comments. A lot of people can vouch for the veracity of my statements, my actions. Interviewed real people for my books. I mean, what do you want? What are you looking for? What is this shakedown? We got another shakedown here. Every week it's another one of you guys trying to shake me down. Coming around trying to put me on trial. You were so happy to get your ass involved in this war. You were just thrilled. You were waiting for that. You probably already had that video just in mind, how you were going to do it and everything. So you got it. So you did it. I'll avenge you, Strudel. That guy went onto my page. I got all the receipts, as they call it, the screenshots of all the ugly, nasty, horrible things he was saying. He cussed out over 150 people on that thing. I think that altogether was 180 people on there. And there were over 300 comments, and he cussed out about half of them. So I'd say about 90, whatever people. It was 176 people, something like that. And when I last looked, I don't know what it is now. I quit looking. He tried to fight with every single person on that page, on my page. And even when I showed you the truth, I showed you the proof, short one. I said, take a look at what he did. You still twisted it and turned it into it was my fault. And that my wife went over there and started crap. No, she did not. She went over there and told her encounter, and they jumped all over her. She was naive. I give you that. She did not know that group was a group of pit vipers. Several of our friends afterwards were like, oh, no. And he's like, if you knew that, what were you doing over there? She didn't know that.
Yeah.
Runt, short ones. You want some ad hominem? There it is. Nellie did not know that. She didn't, or she wouldn't have been over in that group, I promise you. Okay? I'm sick and tired of people like you and the filthy ones and the other guy, because you got nothing better to do, so you come after me because you need the clout. That is the only reason you do what you're doing. Stop lying. Stop kidding yourself. Stop pretending and quit threatening me. Stop threatening me with the law. Okay? I don't give a crap. He says he records everybody. He's recording everybody. Dude, I don't have time to think about you or deal with you. I said what I said the other night because I meant what I said about how awful you are. You're a horrible person along with your little buddy. The furry freak brother with the weird beard. Y'all are terrible people because you don't do anything. You produce nothing. Not a damn thing you contribute to this community. Why are you in this community? The only thing they say they want the truth. So you go around and you attack this person, that person. Some guy, Long Island Mike or some, I don't know who the guy is. And then he attacked Melba Ketchum. You attacked, you went after Vault. That was the only good one.
Yeah.
Then you did one on me. For what? What is your purpose? What is the point? What I'm talking about is a person that has a little channel, has a couple little pissant channels. He just uses them to attack people. One of them is a little bigger than the other. And but he used the smaller one so that when that one gets nailed, it'll get taken down, and then it doesn't have, it's not. Put me on your bigger one, buddy, so then I can go after you. Say all the exact same things you say on that little one, put it on the bigger one. Do that. Roll the dice. Let's see what happens. You want to talk about channels getting taken down? You insulted me with every form of defamation you could think of.
I'm just feeling really threatened right now, sure.
You're right, Jimmy B. The truth will come out. It will. It's already come. It's right here.
I'm feeling really threatened by your toxic masculinity right now. I'm about to call the police.
It's right there. He said the police will sort out who I was threatening. Your buddy talked about beating me up in one of his videos, okay? We have it recorded. He talked about, that guy can't fight. If you want to go ahead and do whatever, we got to fight, whatever. And he made this big speech about having to. And so I answered it. And then you turned it into I was attacking you. Sissy. You're a sissy. That's what you are. You're a little sissy. Nanny poo-poo. And then you messaged me. Oh, that was a good one. That was dumb. That was really dumb, and I can't help but gloat. Because you instigated that whole conversation today. You messaged me at 3 o'clock and told me I'm a damn tard or whatever. I'm a goofball. Look at this here, right? And then you called me. He called me retarded. I thought we weren't supposed to say things like hermaphrodite in this day and age, and you're saying retard in this day and age. I'm retarded?
In 2024, in this day and age?
And you're saying that? Does the Pope know how you talk? Should we tell him? Let me call him up real quick. Hold on, let me see here.
I'm going to place the call to Human Resources.
Yes, can I talk to the Pope? Oh, he's busy? Tell him who this is. He knows who I am. I'm from the Japranos family. No, not the ones from the TV show. It's not important. The Japanos. We drop people. We drop. Like drop in a piano or some kind of stuff like that. He knows who this is. Tell the Pope to call me back. All right, capiche? See? Oh, yes, this is the Pope. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. You was so important. You a gangster. Everybody is scared of you, Drapano, huh? Yeah, Pope. Let me tell you something. This guy called me retarded. Yeah, in this day and age. Can you imagine that? Oh, no, it's horrible. How can someone say such a thing? Well, I said hermaphrodite. Oh, don't do that. 10 Hail Marys and all are forgiven. Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. What about the donation? I gotta go. Well, there you have it, folks. I talked to the Pope. I told on you. I told the Pope on you. You are in trouble. And poo-poo. Liar, liar, hang your pants on a wire. Your booty is now on fire. You like that? Let's call our guest. We wasted enough time playing around. Hope you enjoyed it. This is just some comic relief. I don't care about this guy.
For this
Imbecile.
useless eater and his commie gobbledygook.
You violated the terms of service. Interlink. My channel got taken down for less than that. Interlink. I'm calling the police on you. You'll be in trouble. Interlink.
Violated terms.
Whatever, dude. Whatever makes you choo-choo run.
Why don't you violate your addiction to dilly bars and go to the gym?
Yeah. Do what you got to do, man. It's besides that, I wouldn't fight you for nothing. What would there be to fight that guy? Look at that guy. Your buddy is the one that wanted to do it, and he knows he did. He's the one that was saying guys like that can't fight. Yeah. And you want to throw your hat in the ring and pretend like you got threatened. You're not even relevant, dude. This conversation, that's it. No more. We're not going to talk about this guy. We're done. Had fun. I had fun. This was fun. Exactly, Joanne. Roll on the floor laughing because this is bad comedy for these people. And then but I got to turn it into good comedy. I got to do something else. See, I do that too. I make fun of you and everybody laughs. Sucks, right? Making music, people like it. Go subscribe. Paranormal Sound Table. Go check it out. Short one, you might like it. There's nothing. It's a little too aggressive. Some of it you might not like.
Yeah, there's a little bit too much toxic masculinity in there for you.
Too much. You know. But then your buddy wants to talk about fighting, and when I respond, then you jump in and say, he's coming after me. I got attacked brutally. Not you, it was me. He wanted me.
He faints like the girls in like 1930s movies.
He wakes up. Let me go message him about the mean video I made of him. That's what you did. You literally sent me a laughy, crap talking thing about your video. And then you want to pretend like you're going to call the cops on me. How's that going to look when I tell him what you did? Like, well, he made a video and then he taunted me with it. That's so stupid. And you think I'm scared of that? I'm not scared of anything you say or do. And then you want to, and when I said, hey, whatever, I'll be here with my lawyer, you're like, oh, yeah, okay, let's do it. Now, let's do it then. Let's do it. It's expensive. I hope you got the money for it. Because I'm going to depose you. I'm not going to let you, you're not going to get away with this little shakedown you're doing with your buddy. You started something with him. He started it, and you jumped in and backed him. So you're with him, okay? And he's with them. He jumped in, and they cheerleaded him on. You were one of them. So there you go. Now you can be a part of it. The bottom line is, in the end, you won't win. Gwen Hunt, thank you for that donation. And that's the thing they hate the most. They're always talking about the donations. They're always talking about our money. They hate that. Oh, God. The money thing just drives them up the wall, dude, because nobody's giving them donations because, well, you got to have something worth a crap to get paid for it.
Yeah.
But in commie land, I guess you don't. I hear just put it on Facebook right there. Somebody just said something about what he did. Yeah, people are talking about it. That's what he wanted, was get people talking about it. I knew they would get some traction out of it, so whatever. But in the end, you're not gonna win. Just keep attacking me. Keep going along with the narrative that I'm the menace and y'all are all, poor victims. Because I don't take your crap. It's not gonna make me change and take your crap. That's for damn sure. Well, not gonna happen.
Hello.
Hey, Rod, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Sound like are you outside or something?
Nah, I got this fan. It's messing me up here. I don't know why. I get no circulation back here, so I'm like,
Thank you, Liberty, for that donation. Yeah. So, Rod, you want to introduce yourself, or you want me to introduce you?
Well, you go ahead.
Okay, folks, this is Rod Nichols, and Rod was at the Lone Star Paracon, and we ate dinner together with Lyle Blackburn and Jason McLean and the Blondes and Booze and Tex and everybody, and we all had a really good time, and we hung out, and we talked for hours. Ryan Edwards, the author, he was another one, was there. We had a good time. And so Rod and I began to talk, and you were on with Blondes and Booze, and I told you, hey, you need to come on my show, and so we planned a date, and here you are. So you have some very interesting things. You're from San Antonio, which is not far from me, and so I thought, you know what, he'd be a good guest to come on and talk.
No, man, it's an honor to be on here, and I really like what you do, and I'm just blessed to be here, man.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, Rod. So tell us exactly about what you do.
So going back to when I started, I mean, we're talking about 6 years from now. Well, 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago. Started Bear. And just, I mean, it started out as just something that I needed to get out in the woods and just get some fresh air. And I stumbled upon a YouTube channel, and it was a researcher. He's no longer active anymore, but I ended up binge watching all of his videos, and his trace evidence that he presented was in the form of witches and footprints, and then he
Hey, Rod, you're kind of breaking up.
Powder that he had talked about as well.
Can you hear me, Rod?
You know, he had. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but like when
you
you said the name of your group, it's called Bear County. Say it again, because it cut out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Bear County Bigfoot.
Okay, and that's in San Antonio, right? That's based out of San Antonio.
Yep, absolutely, in San Antonio. That is the county that San Antonio. And of course, you know, further up 35, that's where you are, up there in you're in Austin,
Travis.
correct?
Yeah, Travis.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, just a ways up, you know, no big deal. Can you still hear me? Everything good?
Oh yeah, you're good now. You're good.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. Yeah, so you know, I was on disability from work, and I mean, I was out for like a few months, you know, so I had nothing better to do, and I've always been interested in Sasquatch and Loch Ness Monster and things like that. But you know, I was very ignorant to the subject, and you know what researchers were doing, modern researchers were doing, and you know, ended up just watching his channel, and then at the end, there was the last video he had was showing you his methodology and how he does things and how he finds his evidence. And he said, look, if you've got a habitat that supports big game, and you know you've got creeks and greenways that can go in and out of suburban areas, you may have a recipe for some activity. And so he laid it out. And the very next day I went out, and that same day I went out, I found a wood structure, and it blew me away because I didn't think I was going to find anything. I thought, I was just going to go traipsing around the woods and, I'm not going to find anything or whatever. And I had no idea the history that San Antonio has with these creatures, that is pretty well noted. So, it started from there. And then, 6 years later, I'm here. And, in the beginning, I was out just snapping pictures and stuff like that of wood structures. And, and then I got into trying to debunk myself to really see if, like, is this people, or is this cryptid based, or what's going on here? And, and the jury is still out, obviously, because, I definitively can't prove that these are cryptid made structures, but I base a lot of what I do off of encounters that I have heard from other people that have been out in their local forests or parks, and they come across these things, and then afterwards they end up having the encounter. And so, that really connected the dots for me. And, ever since then, I've been out, documenting several different wood structures that are all connected by one creek, and that is the Salado Creek. And Salado Creek's very historical to San Antonio. Native Americans, I believe, used it to go in and out. It was a passageway. There was a famous battle there that was, I think, post Alamo. I think it was like one of Santa Anna's last battles or something like that, or I forgot, something like that. I'm not good with history, but it was something like that. So, it made sense to utilize creeks and greenways. I thought, if you're an apex predator with some intelligence, and you're going to hunt, creeks and greenways are a good way to go in and out. I mean, you've got whitetail that are in abundance over here. There's a ton of them. So there's your food source. You've got other food sources as well, possums, raccoons, things like that, so you've got a bunch of wildlife. And by the way, and you obviously know this, we don't have bears down here. So, you can rule all that stuff out as well. And then there's a water source close by from some of the areas that I've been to and I've been documenting. That's a pretty big lake. And this lake has 2 islands on it that have been excavated in the 70s. And they found some early caveman tools and things like that in this area. So there's a lot of history with this creek, and so that has been my main focus. The other focus of the other creek has been Leon Creek as well, which I had found plenty of other wood structures too. And then along with that, there's been some footprints. I've done a few castings. And, that's just kind of been the focus, just pinpointing each structure, where they're at, the time and date, and then just really honing in on some of the pieces. Did they grow there? What kind of pieces are they? How big around are they? Were they cut? Were they not? And a lot of times you'll have pieces that are, 10, 12 feet tall, and the root system is still attached to them. And we're talking about pieces that are maybe about 6.5, 7 inches around in diameter, maybe more. So it's a real head scratcher, because you got to sit there and go, is it somebody that's super strong that's going around pulling out trees and fashioning them into teepee structures and wigwams and A-frames and all that stuff? Or do I really have something? And my gut really tells me that I do, because these wood structures are placed in areas where a lot of people don't go. And some of them are grand in stature. And, again, it was one of those things where I sat there and I went, is it a group of people running around here just doing this just for fun? And then you have to stop and think, well, why would people do this? Like, the percentage of people that know about Sasquatch isn't very large. So, I really don't know, but it's very fascinating. And so that's been my main focus of research. Recently, I had a gentleman that contacted me that had a daughter that had a vocalization projected at her through some thick brush on the south side of San Antonio. And the father said that his daughter described it as it was so loud and so intense that she said it physically shook the brush in front of whatever it was, and couldn't see the creature, didn't know what it was, but it scared the hell out of her 2 full-grown huskies, and they did not want to go back to that area. They were very, very scared. So I went out there to investigate, me and my wife, and a few days later, we went back again and ended up getting a vocalization, a low growl, and then something else was flanking us on a top ridge, probably about 10 feet high, 12 feet high, that was kind of going on our right side, and then across the creek, we were getting this low growl. So, something's going on over there as well. But my main focus has just been on that, on Salado Creek, Leon Creek, and any other creek that I could find that has passage in and out of the city. Because to me, I think if you're going to go in and hunt, you're going to utilize that as a highway. It has to make sense. I can't go up to a patch of woods and go, there's Sasquatch activity here. And when the lay of the land makes no sense, it has to have that passage in and out, so concealment, things like that, as far as vegetation, all that stuff. So that has been my main focus, and I've been doing that for the past 6 years. So now I'm trying to step it up. And I know we had talked before, and I was talking about, maybe writing a book. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I'm going to give it a shot and see what happens. I don't know.
I think you should. I think you have a lot of information. And when we were talking, when we were all at dinner that night, you had a lot to say, like a lot of, and then when you came on the show with Blondes and Booze, I mean, I was very interested in your work and what you were saying that you were uncovering. It's funny because we did an impromptu live, it was like 3 or 4 nights ago. And we found what I believe to be a habitation, like structures. And I'm going to try and make it out there tomorrow during the day. Yeah. And I'm going to send you these pictures, Rod. I want you to see them. Maybe come and investigate with me, because that would be a good thing. We could put it on both of our channels or whatever. It would be really cool. Do you have a channel?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Do you have a channel?
I do.
Rod?
It is Bear County Bigfoot. Yep, Bear County Bigfoot. That's it. It's on YouTube. I have a Facebook group that is private. You can find it, if you look. I keep it private for the very fact that, you guys were just discussing, some people that are probably not good to be around or not associate with. So I kind of do that for that fact. I try to control as much as I can with the insults and disrespect for my people. So
it's hard because when people they're just gonna. I want to say something before we go too far. Lakota Angels, Bear County is Bexar, like Behar. We say bear because it's an Anglo way of saying it, but Rod and I are both half Hispanic, half white. So, but it's called Behar, like
we're mixed breeds.
We're mixed. But Bexar.
It's like the word mijo, but you don't use the J.
The J is not. You don't put the J on there. But so I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to make sure that was said.
I would love to get out there.
Yeah, and we found some structures
man, absolutely.
where it looks like they took branches and they rounded them off into this big dome, and then there's this weird, like, I don't know what that is, like tree, every 10th tree or something's like broken. Like at a weird, like just like snapped at the middle, like not at the top either. It's kind of like toward the top, like the top quarter of the tree, but it's broken, completely broken, and they're all snapped inward, like something did it as a territorial thing or a marker thing. And what you said about coming in from the woods habitation, and then going into suburban areas. That would absolutely be the case for that, because there are a few houses in that area. There's maybe like a small subdivision down at the very beginning of it, right? Yeah. But then nothing really, other than the farm. There's like one farm and a horse ranch. Mm-hmm. And then there's a spooky cemetery that we actually had a story out of too, that cemetery. When somebody was telling me that story, I thought they were talking about the Driftwood Cemetery. I said, no, that's a long ways. And they said, no, it's that one. And I was Spicewood. I said, oh. Then I figured it out. But that I could show you. I'm going to take some pictures, and I'm going to send them to you and Lyle and Ken and a few other people. Yeah, I'll just put us all in whatever, and I'll show you guys. Mm-hmm. I tried videoing
put us in
it
like
with
a
my
pod or something
phone,
if you want.
Yeah, I tried video with my phone, but my phone's terrible, so I need a camera. And I said that last night on the live stream that I'm trying to get the money together to buy a really banging camera so that I can do the investigations at night. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that I strive to do when I'm not tired from being at work and stuff. I really want to start doing more night investigations. We did a couple, and it was just kind of just testing the waters. And I have a new night vision camera as well, and I take stills and video, and so I really want to get that thing out there and utilize it to its fullest potential. But I would love to see. I would love to see what you're talking. And talking about those trees that you were saying that were snapped, like quarter of the way, or from the top a quarter down. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like the top, like there's 3/4 of the tree, and then like the top quarter. Yeah.
Yep. And I'll send you a picture, Josh, of the same thing that I found on the south side of San Antonio, where we got that growl. And I actually did a casting of a print. I don't know if you saw one of my prints. It was a very elongated print.
Mm-hmm.
It looked kind of weird. One of my friends had told me that it looked like it was a slide, like the foot slid a little bit. But I don't know. But one of the things I told my wife, Josh, was that I said, would it be something if this whole time we were chasing Dogman and not Sasquatch? And that's something that I have to put in the equation because the term is kind of funky to me, but it is what it is. But people are seeing these things. It's kind of weird, but it's what we got, I guess. I don't know.
Doesn't look like a dog to me.
Right. No, but I mean, again, it's one of those things where I think this is where a night investigation may come in handy. And granted, I may not ever go throughout my life and not ever have that encounter or sighting, and that's okay with me. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I'm of the mindset of, hey, whatever happens, and there you go, type of thing. But I usually get a lot of pushback from what I present because I'm very transparent about where I'm at, and I show people, hey, if I find a wood structure in one of these wilderness parks and it's right next to a playground, I'm not going to try and take an angle where you don't see it. I'll show you, like, here it is, and here's the wood structure. Why is this happening here? Why am I seeing this? And I get a lot of pushback because people do not believe that these creatures can travel into suburban areas. And there's tons of encounters and sightings of people seeing these things in their neighborhoods, and it's connected to a creek. So, I tend to believe that these things utilize creeks and greenways. They can go into suburban areas. I don't believe they're above dumpster diving and getting an easy free meal.
No.
I do think that this is what's happening, and I think we need to pay attention to our creeks and greenways for some of our evidence.
Yeah. One of the things that you had espoused to me was that you, like I, started out as a complete flesh and blood believer, and thinking that all of this was flesh and blood, and then it slowly started to change your view, your opinion, whatever, because it's never the other way. It's never somebody starts out believing that it's ethereal or partially metaphysical, and then they become almost solid flesh and blood. That never happens. It's always the other way.
Right.
Because it's something that we can't comprehend. And I'm not saying that they're all that. I'm saying that there could be two different things going on. There is definitely a flesh and blood aspect to this thing, or it wouldn't be able to leave footprints. It wouldn't be able to break trees. It wouldn't be able to do the things that they do physically. But then it gets weird. And what I mean by weird, I'm not talking about some of these people with the nonsense. I'm talking about the real reports of strange things, like Josh Cutchin's book, when I was been reading, finishing it up, of where the footprints end. It's really odd what goes on with these beings, because I was chasing around Dogman like it was a physical thing for 20 years. And then I was like, this is not a physical thing. There's just too many. But if you take yourself out of the equation and just try to, take away everything that and just focus on the physical part of it. You can convince yourself that it is. Same thing with Bigfoot.
Sure.
But then when you start throwing all the other reports, but you have to do a lot of mental gymnastics and a lot of taking out of facts to make that happen. And I'm not going to lie to you. I even kind of played it over my head like, well, yeah, but what if this, that's just, let's just separate that. A ghost is a ghost, aliens are aliens, demons are demons, Dogman is Dogman, Bigfoot's Bigfoot. Let's make it all separate, right? But then you start doing more digging and you start going more and deeper and deeper. And one of my colleagues, Parmer Ln, he told me, he said, you're going to find the truth, that it's all connected. And he wasn't talking about me. He was just talking about the average person. We were BSing, going around about it, having a conversation. And he says, there's no way that you can separate it. He's been doing this way longer than me, and he's been out in the bush, out in the field. That guy goes out in the bush every weekend, all the time. They do daytime investigations constantly, and he had to come to the conclusion, even though his family had encounters with two of these creatures when he was young, he's like, it's just no way. There's no way that this is just 100% flesh and blood. Now, there's a flesh and blood aspect to it, and I agree with some of the flesh and blood people that there's something there, and that these things could live underground. There's all kinds of possibilities. I'm open to trying to explore every single nook and cranny and possibility of this. I don't know if we should call it a science, but I mean, to try to figure out what it is, to try to figure out what's going on.
Right.
We were talking with Tom Winterton, last night on the Blondes and Boosh. I almost said Weatherton again, Winterton. And Tom is from Skinwalker Ranch and from the show Skinwalker Ranch. And what they're doing with the science, they're looking into the science behind what's going on out there. And if we could get to that point where we could get science to be on board with what's really going on, because I've talked to scientists who are absolutely hostile toward the physical idea of a Bigfoot, but they're not hostile toward the idea that there could be what they call energy, that there's some sort of paranormal thing going on there. Right. And then I've talked to one other guy who was like, no, there's no paranormal anything. It's just an ape, blah, blah, blah. But he's afraid to come out to his peers and say that. And I said, that's the problem. Both of you have separate views. There's three guys I've talked. Two of them are on one side. One of them's kind of in the middle. And I said, if you guys would come on and debate, they won't even do that. They won't even, because everybody is so upset or worried about offending. And then, like Tom said, imagine if you're a scientist, and then after this is all done, like with Travis over there in Utah on the show on Skinwalker Ranch. I like Travis. He's one of my favorite guys out there. What's going to happen to him? Like when he says after this show ends, he's like, oh, yeah, well, you were over there looking for ghosts and werewolves and Bigfoot, aliens. I mean, like that's what how they're going to view him. And I hope not, because I think he's a great guy, and I think he's super smart, and he adds a lot to that community and that show and what they're doing, as does Tom. But Tom said it last night. He said, "You have no idea what we've sacrificed to get to where we're at." I mean, people don't. And then they make these ridiculous statements about how, oh, you only go on there and talk for a couple hours a week, like it's easy. Anthony's the tech guy; he can tell you how hard it is. And doing all the editing and all the stuff that he's got to ask me, hey, what about this? What about that? And it eats up a ton of our time doing the podcast episodes. And so if you're going to jump into this arena and take it seriously and be taken seriously, then you got to get serious. And you got to be, you have to be hyper-focused on actually going out and doing what needs to be done, whether it's getting reports, gathering evidence, whatever it is, the investigations, building your community, adding something to it. But what we're seeing now is all these people that they're not adding a damn thing to the community. All they're doing is going around attacking people. And that's what in the hell is that doing?
Yeah. It's
and they're attacking people they think are doing something.
Counterproductive and disrespectful,
Yeah.
It accomplishes nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then people from the outside wanting to get in on this look at that and they go, no, I'm out. If this is what it's about, no. And we lose out on good people that could probably help in certain areas. And, there you go, type of thing. So, yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. But, for me, I started out as an aper, or I guess, quote, aper, whatever that is, right? But I quickly learned that for one, I felt like I was chasing a ghost, and two, I can't dismiss any of the encounters and sightings where somebody had come on a show and said, "Look, I saw this thing right in front of me, maybe about 10 yards, and it just disappeared right in front of me." How do you explain that? I have no idea. So there's so many elements, I think, to these creatures, and I would venture to say, and maybe this is a bold statement, I've probably been very close to one and not even know it. So
Yeah, I think a lot of people have.
yeah, I mean, and so for me, as I started out as kind of like an aper, I soon realized that we're dealing with something way different. And I'm not going to say it doesn't bleed, it doesn't leave hair, obviously it leaves footprints. Those are things that I think that there's an element to them that is supernatural or paranormal, whatever you want to call it. And then there is the physical sense, but I also feel like there's other types, different facial types, different sizes, colors. And again, I'm basing all of this on firsthand
accounts.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah.
because you can't as outrageous as some of these things sound, I have to hear you out. I'm not going to dismiss you and go, "Oh, you're crazy, you're weird, get out of here." Like, I can't do that. I have to listen to you, and I have to draw my own conclusion from what you're telling me. And I'm not going to disrespect you by saying you're crazy, you're a kook, or whatever. I'll listen to you. I really am, and you'll have my full attention. But again, I believe that there is definitely some elements to these creatures that are very supernatural, I think. And again, basing it off of encounters that I've heard from plenty of people. So yeah, no, I'm with you on that, man. And Dogman as well. I think Dogman is all paranormal. It just again, based on encounters, it seems like these things get a rise out of fear. When you're scared, they love it. And
It's like an energy source.
Exactly. I would venture to say that that's where they're getting all of that from, is the fear out of people. And I also have heard of other people shooting at these things, and they can see where it hit in their fur, in their hair, and this thing turns around, stands up, looks at them, and grins. And then it's like, oh crap, what did I just do? This thing is not going down. So you have to sit there and go, this is not, it's not of this world. It is not flesh and blood. It's different, and I have another working theory that I believe that these creatures are coming from underground. They're coming from within the earth.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of real estate underneath our feet that's unexplored that we'll never be able to map out or like,
absolutely.
We will never know what's down there.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you said that, because I've been saying that for so long. San Antonio sits on an underground cavern, a ton of them. And you guys have it up there too as well. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of limestone caverns. I mean, Austin is like, underneath it is like just Swiss cheese.
Yep. So, and then I don't know if you guys ever saw that documentary, Hellier, about Hellier, Kentucky.
I never saw that. No.
It's a group of guys that they're paranormal investigators, and they just digging into Hellier, Kentucky, which is a little bitty town. And what they found was that there was definitely some sightings and encounters of some of these odd creatures, Sasquatch. I think some of them were Dogman as well, that were coming out of caves, out of these cave systems that are prevalent in this area. So if we're seeing that in Kentucky, it's no different. I don't think it's no different here or anywhere else where there's cave systems. And also, and I don't know how true this is, but you guys have probably seen that map where it's where all the people have been missing in national parks or state parks. And it happens to line up more or less with the cave systems of where these people have gone missing. So if that's absolute gospel, if that's
lines
truth,
up almost perfectly.
Right. If that's gospel, then we've got something. We need to start looking maybe underground if we can. But again, being self-financed as a researcher, you kind of scrounge around, like Wish and Temu were my friends. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't spring for the Sony camera. I spring for the Sanyo camera. So it's cheaper. But I'm of the mindset that I think these things are coming from within the earth. And I think that what's going on in my area, and I'm just speculating again, I can't prove this, but I think what is happening is that they're hunting at night where there's no people activity or hardly any people activity. I believe it's around the witching hour, which makes sense, 3 a.m. around that area, maybe 2 something in that area. I believe they go get out from underneath, go and hunt, take their kill, go back underneath during the day, and then at night go back out again. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I think the wood structures are, there's a number of things that people have told me they think they may be markers, and I can kind of see that. And I always get pushback on people when I show smaller wood structures like little wigwams, and they're like, well, that's not big enough for a Bigfoot. And I'm like, well, they do have kids.
It doesn't have to be big.
They do have children, so maybe that's something for the children. I don't know, or maybe
it doesn't have to be that big to be noticed, to be a marker. I mean, if you're thinking practically, the size doesn't really matter. It's what it is that matters,
And a lot of these trees that I find did not grow in that area. They were placed there. They were picked up and placed. And so again, if you're telling me it's people, homeless, bushcraft, or whatever, right? If it's all human, what person has the strength, or maybe it's a team of people that can pick up 15-foot trees, drag them hundreds of yards, and then build a teepee or whatever out of it? That doesn't make sense to me at all. None of it makes sense to me.
And for what practical purpose? I mean, that's a lot of time, effort, energy to accomplish what?
For what? Yeah. And not only that, these things don't keep out rain. They don't keep out the sunlight. They don't keep out wind. They don't keep out
real shelter.
Yeah. So, again, in my heart of hearts, I feel like I'm onto something. And I think that what I've got, what I present, I can only hope that when the Lord calls me back home, that I've contributed something to the research where people can dig back and go, let's look at these wood structures. How do they match up? What did they contribute, to the research and to the other people's findings as well. So.
Yeah, I actually have I guess like a theory or idea as to like why these things are so common, as to why these things might be coming from cave systems. Because if we believe that these things kind of like walk between two worlds, where they're physical beings, but they're also spiritual or metaphysical in nature, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
That they could be coming in and out of portals between our world and theirs, right? Well, what if like what if there's something about the like the atmospheric conditions deep within these cave systems, especially considering that a lot of them have like really huge quartz crystal deposits, that those atmospheric conditions are conducive to manifesting those portals that allow these beings, these creatures to walk in our world and just kind of come in and out of it at will.
Yeah, no, I can see that. And it's interesting you say that, because I find quartz from time to time around these wood structures. In fact, I found a good chunk of quartz a few days ago out in one of my areas, and I picked it up and looked at it, and I was like, this is crazy. But I do find little bits around the area, and one of the other constants in some of these wood structures are I call it fake fire pits. They're either inside the wood structure or they're right outside. And what I mean by fake fire pit is that rocks that are gathered in a circle, and then there's like kindling that's not burnt. Nothing's been burnt. Nothing's been lit on fire. It's just fresh wood put into a little teepee or just a pile of it. Like it's almost like a simulation, or like they're pretending that it's can. And I find this everywhere, almost everywhere. And come to find out, it matches up with another researcher that's up in Vermont, and he finds the same things in his areas where he's had an encounter. So these are just kind of nuances and little things that I find that I take note of, because I try to I don't discredit the little things. The little things are, I think, are what really are going to help me out in this research. Weaving, lots of weaving. They'll take palmettos, they'll rip them out, which I don't know if you've ever tried to grab a handful of palmetto and pull. It's hard to rip those things out. They're strong. So we'll find these things ripped out, and then they'll take the long leaves, and then they'll fashion them or make they'll weave different sticks together to hold certain spots in that wood structure. So pretty cool stuff though.
One of the things I'm going to say here, this is going to sound really esoteric and weird to the people who don't, but those fake logs around, like they're making a fire or whatever. There's two things that could be going on there. One, they put those there so that when they return, they'll have them there to build a fire. But you don't ever hear about Bigfoot building fire. They don't mess with fire. There's another thing. And this is gonna and this is to me a very plausible explanation, but a lot of people are gonna go, "Oh my gosh, that's the woo," but that's what it is, and that is that if they are indeed fourth density or fourth dimensional beings, which I believe they are, they don't use the physical laws like we do. They adhere to another existence, another plane, and so them gathering the wood. This is gonna sound weird now, but it's burning on a different plane of existence. Like there's a fire there. We don't see it and we don't feel it because we're in the third dimension. But they feel it, and it's very, very. Now here's the applicability of that. Is that a word? Applicability. So I'm going to say that
Application
of it, but I like applicability just because
I like that word too.
bigger,
Yeah,
more.
$5 word.
I sound very smart when I talk.
Yes.
Yes.
Start twirling your mustache
With a you got to have a pipe with bubbles coming out of
and
it.
a monocle.
So I was listening to you guys back and forth, and I was just kind of postulating on that. One of the things I think, though, and this is something that's come up over and over again, and this is why Bigfoot researchers should seriously consider talking to ghost researchers. And I don't mean the ones that run around waving their shirt around going, "Come on, demon, fight me." I'm talking about serious, actual researchers who do real, serious, actual work and who are trying to get it scientifically collected through EVPs. One of my friends, Anna's show, she does that. See, I said her name right. Anna. I said Anna, not Anna.
Yeah.
She always says I say her name wrong. I said Anna. But these people they're coming up with real data, like real things. And if we could get this down to where instead of just being like, oh, brujeria, magic, no, it's a science. There is a science behind this. Just like what they're doing at the Skinwalker Ranch. We talked with Tom last night about that. I was really impressed with what they're going, his honesty about what happened to him, how he felt about the whole thing. He was just very forthcoming about it. And you were at the conference with him. There, y'all were at the same conference at the Lone Star Paracon by the Kling brothers, and they have a show called Ghost Lab, and I know them. But here's the thing: when you start to look at the real people, the real deal, not these ones that are getting on these networks and running around and not finding anything. I'm talking about the real people that are doing real work and are finding real evidence. If these people would stop their, whatever it is, the nonsense hatred of everybody and stop, acting like, they don't want to share, they don't want to participate, they don't want to play nice, they could possibly get together and there's some things that can happen. There's some things that could really be done, but nobody wants to be second fiddle. Everybody wants to be the top dog, and if they get together, then one group wants to dominate and be in control and tell the other group, "Now you got to do what we say because we're the smarty pants and you're not." But if we could get past all that and not give a crap who gets credit, because that's a big one too. Everybody wants credit. Who cares? I don't give a crap if I'm the guy that figured it out or not, as long as it's out there. And I stand by that. I really believe that. I feel that way. And so if you could just get all of that crap out of the way, we could have serious conversations about Bigfoot and and where they're coming from and what they are. But the Aper community is most of, not all of them, some of them are a little more open-minded, and they're friends. We have some of the same friends,
Absolutely.
But there are some that are so dead set against any idea that could possibly be anything other than they're just a big dumb animal running around out there. They do not want anyone to even entertain the idea. Now, you're finding structures. I'm finding structures. I believe I am anyway. We believe we are as a team, as a unit, and the people that sent us there, they're willing to talk about it. They're not hiding. So you got people that are finding these structures, and you're coming up with some of the same things that a lot of other people are. There's like a little fake campfire there.
Yep.
I don't think they're simulating human beings at all. I think that that's actually burning, but it's on a different, it's like what this looks like. It's a plasma that surrounds that being. That's what that is. That is actually what that is. These beings can move in and out of a reality that we can't. Or can we? And I'll tell you what I mean by that is we can. When you go to sleep, you do come out of your body. And whether you want to believe it or not, you do things. Sometimes when you have these dreams, they're not really dreams. It's real. It's really happening. And people want to argue and fuss and fight and whatever. And I know the nature of reality. And I don't care what anybody says. You're not going to sway me from my path. I know where I'm at. I know where I'm headed. I know where I've been. I know what I've done and what I'm going to do. And nobody's going to change that. Jamie Brinson, thank you for that donation. I got to run a little poker tournament. Y'all wish me luck. Well, good luck to you. Sandra Hibbard, welcome to Loyal Listener. Thank you. I appreciate everybody who's donated and who became members and done everything that they did. Thank you for the donations last night in particular. I want to thank Adrian of the Walking Unalived for that major donation last night. That's going to go toward getting our camera equipment. And anything we get tonight is going to go toward getting our camera equipment. We need the camera equipment. Because we're going to embark on a new avenue of our show, and that's to go out and do some research into these areas. And I'd like to team up with you and go and explore some of these places together, because I liked you when I first met you, and I thought you were an honest guy, and I thought you were somebody that I could deal with, not some of these lunatics out there. And there's a lot of them, you know.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. I was talking to the guy from, well, I'm not going to say who he is, unless, I don't know if he wants me to, but he was talking to the late Carrie Arnold, and Carrie Arnold told him, he's like, you're entering into this field that's full of sharks. And he's like, this sounds like Carrie. He told him, he's like, they're gangs. There's cliques, there's gangs, and you got to be careful. You don't know who, and you'll deal with one person, and that person's on that other side. And all of a sudden, you just made 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 enemies, and you don't even know them.
Yep.
But then you got to decide. You have to comes down to just making a decision to do what is right and be on the team that's right, or be with the rabble who are just interested in grifting and being cynics and being mean and nasty.
Right.
Because that's all this is a bunch of grifters and a bunch of just con men. And the con men love to call everybody else a con man. That's their shtick, is to call you that. Yeah, and you met me, and what I want to do, and I told you point blank, I want to unite these fields. Yep. And it's gonna take some pain. There's gonna be some pain, and people aren't gonna like it. They're gonna kick and scream and fight, and there's gonna be people that would never in a million years work together, and they're gonna work together to bring you down because your research is doing something that they don't like.
Right.
And that's exposing the reality that they're saying we're not living in. And
I
that's
think
sad.
If you move the needle, that is like blood in the water. You know, it's like, wait a minute, what is this guy doing that I'm not? And it's jealousy, to be quite honest. I think, you know, I really, really have to set aside my own fleshliness, if you will, aside, and have that humility. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'll admit it if I'm wrong, but I'm not going to mislead you. You know, I'm not going to do that because hey, people make mistakes. I think the fact that you know, you have some of these people on these shows and they're calling themselves experts. I don't think there's any such thing in this field at all. I don't. Yeah,
there's a lot of people who they get that label of expert, and I've heard other people say, "Hey, I didn't put that on there." They put that on there,
right?
Because some of my colleagues, like for example, Ken, and of course, you know, Lyle. But they've had them on shows, and it'll say expert on there, or Nick Redfern, and I know all those guys very, very, very well. We're very good friends, and like you've eaten dinner with me and Lyle, so you know. Yeah. But they're like, we didn't tell them to put that on there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I was invited onto a show as a Dogman expert, and right off the crack of the bat, I was like, we kind of got off on the wrong foot. And I said, I'm not an expert, and I don't want to be called that.
Yep.
And, you know, at the end of the conversation, like, well, we'll call you back. And they never did, because that's kind of how it goes. But it's like, be on TV, you know, they think
Yeah.
you're supposed to be so impressed by being on TV that you're willing to just do anything to be on TV. And I'm not. I'm not one of those people.
Yeah. I wanted to touch on something that you said, Josh, about the about bringing somebody else that is from another field into your research in your areas. You know, I think that is a grand idea. I love that, and I've had the same mindset for a good while, and I would very much like to have somebody that is of that paranormal, that's in that paranormal field, to come out, because maybe there's some residual energy left on these wood structures, or maybe there's something we can find that we hadn't been able to find because we don't have the equipment, and they do, and you know, they know how to read it. They you know, they're good at with the stuff. And so, you know, I actually I had invited I took Aaron Dees from Small Town Monsters out with me.
Oh yeah, I know Aaron.
And God bless him. We were out in the Texas heat, and he was sweating. I was sweating. I'm more used to it than he is, because I'm out there, you know. But he was a trooper, man. He was awesome. Very gracious, good guy. But yeah, he was looking at some of the stuff that I presented. He was like, this is crazy. Like, what am I looking at? Like, he was blown away. And then I was talking with Nikki Folsom as well, to see if maybe she wanted to come out. And she's more in the fairy or the fae thing. But you know, I have a saying that I apply to myself. If you're open to some of it, you have to be open to all of it. You can't just cookie cutter. You can't just trim it for your narrative. You can't just trim it to make yourself look good. You have to be open to all of it. You really do. And so, you know, I think blending what you're saying is making it one big community. I think that's a great idea. If we can get people that are okay, and they're you know, they can set aside, you know, whatever they're doing and kind of look at what we're doing, and maybe we can go over to what they're doing and check out, you know, some of their stuff as well. But I think that's a great idea, man. I love it, and I would love to have that with
I think
me.
somebody that's into the fairies, like Nikki is, would be a good guest. I know Nikki. She was at the Lone Star Paracon too.
Yeah.
Definitely, she would. I got her books, a couple of them. Getting somebody like that to go in and do research would be a big boon, because she could give you, you know, what she knows. Because one of the weird things is I've covered some weird stories. And I covered one that was very bizarre. It was like this little, as we say in Spanish, duende. It's a little monito, little dude, you know, that was running around in the house, and it was getting bigger. And that was another one I covered that was from Mexico, from Tijuana. And so a lot of people had messaged me about that, and they've given me more information. Well, the first one that I covered, I believe, they were seeing like this dogman-like creature. I say dogman-like because what is a dogman? Is it this thing on my shirt? I don't know. But it's something that was like a dogman, right? And they were having problems. And then next thing you know, they were seeing this little dwarf-looking imp-like thing. And then at one point, I don't quote me on this because I've kind of put it out of my mind. I have so many other stories I have to remember. But this one, I remember them saying something like their daughter or somebody, or maybe there was more than one person, or the audience can maybe help me out here, and they saw this like black, charred, big, hulking-looking thing, and this little dwarf-like thing came out of it. It was like, and then that thing kind of turned to ash or something. I can't remember the whole story. And then sometimes I get stories and they kind of run together. But that encounter was weird, and it alluded to, for me anyway, the possibility that these little elf, dwarf, whatever they are, could be pretending to be Dogman, or that could be what they are, or at least they have the ability to shapeshift into something that looks like a werewolf. And it would be something that would absolutely terrify a human being, a giant gorilla-looking creature, a giant werewolf-looking creature, you know, like... what is that video game that everybody used to play where they climb the buildings?
Rampage.
Rampage. You're dealing with Rampage. I mean, you got this. We're not talking about the one with the Rock, but seriously, like you got Rampage going on, and so what are these things? Like, what are these little beings? Are they able to manipulate? Are these the machine elves? Are these the fairies? Like, a lot of people say, no, those are two different things. The elves are not the fairies, and the fairies are a different type of being. And then there's all these different types of species and subspecies. So somebody was going on and on about that at the conference we were at in Jefferson. And another person said, well, see, this is why I just don't even believe in the woo, whatever. How are you going to believe in all of that? And then they looked right at me and waited for me to give them some kind of response. I guess they thought I would be on board with that. And I said, I know what you're thinking, that I'm going to back you up on this. And I told them point blank, I said, I'm not, because I believe it. I said, you believe in all of that? I said, I believe in that and more. I think there's even more than that. I think that there are species and subspecies and all kinds of different types of entities going on. And there's all kinds of different Bigfoot and Sasquatch. And there's no way to know. Like, exactly, like on Saturdays, we have a UAP panel. And last week we had Rob Yox on with Chris James, and we got into some pretty heady stuff. We do every Saturday, and I encourage everybody from the audience to go Saturday, because we always get into cryptids and ghosts too, along with the aliens. But one of the things that came up was that there are so many different types of alien species that make up the human race.
Yeah.
That it's been done and redone and redone and redone and then redone and redone and redone. And that it just goes on and on and on. And so we have all this DNA in us that they call like junk DNA. I don't call it that. I don't think that's what it is. I don't think we're dealing with junk DNA. I think that what we're dealing with is a part of who we are. It's there because it was put there. You know, it didn't just just evolve. And they're like, oh, we have like raven DNA and pig DNA and all this other type of DNA. And how is that possible? You know what I mean? Unless it was some sort of genetic engineering or tampering going way, way back. And according to the Mesopotamian legends, Tiamat was actually, she's the one that created Bigfoot. I mean, like it says it right there. It says that she created the giant hairy man. That's what it says, Tiamat. And of course, Tiamat was known as like a very vindictive, cruel female goddess amongst the Mesopotamians and the Sumerians, which their predecessors. But it turns out that she was angry, and I believe that she used science, because Marduk had fought a war with her husband, which was his dad. They had fought, and then he died, and then there was this whole big old upheaval or whatever. And there's all these different gods that were fighting or whatever. And so, when you look at like what could possibly be the start or the beginning of this Bigfoot type creature, it very much alludes that it is a metaphysical being in every respect. But it is a type of animalistic being, but it's from another dimension. And it is able to live and coexist in this dimension. So people have asked me this. They said, how is it that these animals could live in our dimension and we can't go to their dimension? I said, it's very simple. We're on a lower vibrational plane. You can always go lower. It's harder to go higher. The reason that they can do that and we can't is very simple. We can, but we have to be out of our body, because they don't have a solid form. That's it. It's just that simple. It's a molecular structure. It's just science. So if they come into our realm, they become more dense, and then they can interact. And I think that the longer they're here, they become acclimated. Look at it like this. You know how people go down into a submarine? I've been down really deep in the water before, and there's a pressurization that takes place, and it's freaky.
Yeah.
I've only done it one time, and believe me, I didn't enjoy it. I was claustrophobic, and I was like, we're all going to die. We're all going to.
But when you come back up, you have to come back up slowly.
Very slowly, You get the
decompress.
bends.
You have to decompress.
So imagine as you go lower into deeper below sea level, right? Down into sea level, you have to, your body, and then eventually your body becomes acclimated to it. Now, if you go up to Vail, Colorado, and you're 12,000 feet up into the sky, you think of how thin the air is. You're breathing. You're breathing hard, man. And you're going to have to get oxygen if you're not used to it. But I have friends that live up there. My friend Pete lives up there in Lakeville. When I went to visit him, it was 3 days of still not getting acclimated. He said it took him over a month. But once his body became used to it and he was acclimated to it, he was used to it, then there was no issue. And he's like, it's like normal to him. He doesn't bother him. He exercises in it. He's used to the thin air. He's used to it. He's become normalized to it. That is what happens to these creatures.
Yeah.
They become acclimated. They become used to being in our realm. They become more like us. Why do you think when sometimes when people shoot one of these things, this black mist or smoke or whatever the heck it is comes off of them?
Yeah.
You hear that a lot. You hear about
Yep,
the
you
black
do.
goo that they're vomiting up and stuff like that. And I had a Bigfoot researcher get in touch with me that did, like, I give a crap about his peanut gallery opinion, but he goes, why are you going to sit here and besmirch us Bigfoot researchers by talking about black goo and powder and dust and smoke and blah, 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 blah. And I said, why are you, dismissing all researchers by pretending like those stories and accounts don't exist?
Yeah.
Because they're being ignored and they're being pushed out. And these really big groups that involve the Bigfoot encounters, they're throwing them out.
Oh, they
because
are.
they don't fit the narrative.
Exactly. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't. Yeah. And I've heard that plenty of times where the person that encountered the creature would reach out and try to file a report. And, hey, this is what I saw. This is what happened. And okay, cool. It's pushed by the wayside. It's not on any of the report lists. Nothing. It's not in their state, not in their county, not in their city. Nothing. It's just like, okay, great. You can't dismiss those people. You can't because they, first of all, we're talking about, back in the day, Bigfoot encounters and sightings were what, like, people out in the woods, hillbillies, blah, 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 whatever you want to call that. Right. And, hey, yeah, you were just tripping out on your moonshine or whatever the crap. I don't know. But now we're seeing these encounters and people talking about them that are professional: police, EMS, lawyers, attorneys, judges. There was an encounter I heard from a judge who was running up against a dogman, and he's a county judge. So you're gonna tell me that this guy just randomly just came out and just wanted to say whatever, and it sounds outlandish, and he doesn't care. No, he knows what he saw. He knows exactly what he saw. He got into detail about the creature, and hey, I believe him because we're talking about professional, and not that I wouldn't believe anybody else that wasn't in that type of career, but when we're talking about people that are professional like that, man, you gotta listen. You gotta listen because I think they're telling the truth.
Yeah. Andrew Brown says something here. He says, I don't think that way. I think they tune into a certain frequency that makes them solid here. If they want to go back, that's absolutely correct. I agree with that. I agree with what you said, Andrew. I'm not that just because what I said doesn't mean that is not the same, is not going on with that.
Sure.
What I think is happening is they come here, they do tune into a frequency that makes them solid, but the trick is staying solid. That's the trick. Can they do that? Can they stay that way? And if you take it, people see them, and we get reports all the time of them like kind of fading in and out of reality.
Yeah.
And so they'll tune into that frequency, but you're not. It's just like being seen. I don't think that makes them completely solid. I still think they have to do an acclimation. I think they do that, but I think then they have to become acclimated. I don't think it's instantaneous either, because I think that's why you get some reports of them just kind of appearing somewhere near these structures. I've heard people saying that. Somebody from South Dakota had emailed me saying that they were watching a habitation and they sent me pictures of the structures. Folks, I'm not trying to be ugly or rude or anything like that, but sending me pictures of those does nothing, because if I post those pictures, people are going to say that somebody made them. That's all they're going to do. They're going to argue.
I hear that all the time. That's kids. I'm like, I'm telling them, what kid in this day and age is going to get off their phone, off of social media, and go out in the woods? No, growing up in the 80s, I did that. I went out and that's what we did. Now you don't have that. So tell me something else. What I got, the other thing was bushcraft class, and I'm like, okay, out of six years of me doing this, of going and keeping track of my areas, morning, noon, and evening, I would have surely ran into somebody putting this together.
Yeah,
that's yet to happen. So
Yeah.
what else is it, you know? And if you're going to tell me it's homeless, that falls apart real quick because the homeless people, at least in my area, have tents. They don't go out and
Yeah,
build.
they don't realize how organized they are. In
Oh
Austin
yeah.
and San Antonio, both they have like whole communities.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
Andrew
they're
Brown
even,
says, "Oh, you know, it could literally be anything. I wasn't saying you're wrong. Oh no, you can totally, folks. Let me say something. If you're in the comment section, you disagree with me, you can say you're totally in disagreement with me. I will not get upset.
sure.
That is not the thing. You can say whatever you want as long as it doesn't go against the what we're supposed to be doing here, community standards, and doesn't go against like being mean or rude or bullying to anybody else. You
Yeah.
can totally agree or disagree all you want. And Andrew, I was actually agreeing with you, but I guess kind of expounding upon that, like agreeing with you, but then expounding upon it a little deeper. Yeah, I know. I totally believe that it is a frequency thing. I think we were on the same. We were in agreement on that. And so, folks, I just want you to know too. Don't feel like you can't agree or disagree with me or my guest. Just don't be insulting to the guests,
Sure.
please. And so far nobody has been, but that just putting that out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Much appreciated. Yeah. I had taken a video and it's up on my channel, and it was a structure, a big wood structure with big pieces in a wilderness park right next to the playground. And I pan over real quick to the playground. I didn't fixate on it because there's kids and I don't want anybody to freak out or anything, but I did say, hey, look right here. This is the playground. Here is this huge wood structure. Why is this happening? Like, why is this people? Is this what is, just questioning myself. I kind of, I talk to myself on these videos and just kind of just try to work it out or, make sense of it. And then I posted it. And then one person had, posted a comment and made the statement that that doesn't look like a Sasquatch structure. And I asked, what does a Sasquatch structure look like? To which they replied, nobody knows. And then I'm sitting there going, well, then why even say that? Like, why even say that? Like, so if you're going to tell me that doesn't look like a Sasquatch structure, that means you know something I don't. Then teach me, show me, present your evidence. Show me. Like, I would love, God, I tell everybody, like, I'm a student. I want to learn too. If you've got something you can show me. Like, if you're telling me this, cool, man. But 9 times out of 10, never happens. They cannot back it up. And I always tell people, look, I'm speculating. I can't definitively say that this is an absolute, cryptid structure, but I do believe it is very odd. It is really, really weird. And it's funny because people walk by these things and don't even give it a second look. They don't even think about it. And I'm thinking, man, this stuff is happening right underneath our noses. We're kind of being conditioned in a way to just kind of see this and just go, oh, whatever, it's cool. And no, I mean, I don't believe that, not one bit. But, going back to the people that just make those comments or say like, hey, like, well, oh no, I'll give you another one. I took a casting of a print that I believe might be a juvenile or maybe a small female. I one of the two, and it was just one print, and that's something that I find not a lot, but when I do find prints, it's mostly just one, and then there's another one that's faint, and then that's it. It's gone, and this person goes, well, that's because they fly everywhere they go, and then they step, and then they fly again, and I'm like, do you have something to show me? Like, is there something you could show me about? And that set off a whole like, well, you're just a hater. And I'm like, I'm not insulting you. I'm just asking you to present something to me. Just teach me. Like, I want to know too, like what's going on. But you never have people that present those things without even going, well, here's my picture, here's my video or whatever. And I'm not going to say that what we're talking about, I mean, it's always subject to discussion and questions and things like that, but at the same time, if you make statements like that, you're telling me that you know something I don't, and I want to learn. Teach me, like, show me. And never happens. So, oh, well, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Miguel, thank you for that donation. Just popped into the Shasta to donate to the Shasta Camera Fund and say hi to Josh, Anthony, and all of my awesome PRT kinfolk. Family
Nice.
over at the moment, so I'll have to finish rewatching the show tomorrow. No problem. Love you guys. Well, people watch the replay on the show. We get way more replays. A lot of people miss the Friday show, and I think that it's because they're doing things. So
Yeah.
but people always go back and watch it, so we always get thousands of views on there. So that's good, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Right on.
It's just got to be careful, man. Once this hater gets my channel taken down because of his jealousy, you know.
Yeah.
Put up another one, man. And you know,
Yeah, I mean, you know,
whatever.
it's just go to Rumble or whatever.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I saw your episode on These Woods Are Haunted,
Oh, yeah.
and I have to tell you, that was insane. Like, it was insane. I can't believe that your guys experienced what they experienced. Like the one gentleman that you had that's been working for you for a long time
Scorpion.
had them. They were grabbing. One of them was grabbing his ankles, or one of these entities was holding on to him, and he fought him for like what 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, he said he couldn't move, and it pulled him down, almost down onto the floor by the pew. I don't know exactly how they had him tell it or whatever, because on those shows they kind of get you to, like, they want it to be dramatized or something, you know, but they want it to be authentic too, you know.
Yeah.
But I just told him like this, and I just told him point blank. It was a guy named Roger and a guy named Michael, and I know Michael, he's a good guy. And he wasn't the one asking it was the director, but he was just like, not asking you to do anything crazy and lie. He just wanted us to talk with more. I said, you're not going to have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. Look right into the camera and tell you exactly what happened. That place was not about woods being haunted. That place was about whatever the church.
Scorpion's actually in the chat right now. He said I had a bruise on my ankle for a few days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, it was longer than that. It was like a week.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Like, I was blown away by that episode because it was so intense. Like, I had never, and maybe I don't watch enough paranormal stuff, but that was crazy. Like, crazy. But my question is, what did you ever? Is that church still up? Is it still inhabited by these entities?
Yeah, I'll tell you. All that we know is that we talked to the guy named Al, who was the what do you call it, the superintendent. And Anthony and I and Scorpion and who else was working with us? There was a couple other people. We're all working about four of us at that place. And they were doing construction at a middle school, and I ran into that guy. That was the third job I had worked with him on, and unfortunately his wife had passed away. And she was the one that had done the research on that place. And so I asked him about it. And it was like, I think that was in 2008. Something like that, or 2008. It was 8 or 9. I think it was 8.
I think that was 2009.
9.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had 6 guards who went through that same thing, all of us together. Yeah. Well, not 6 guards. It was me being the 5th, and then my business partner being the 6th. What ended up happening, though, I asked Al about that, and I said this was in 2012.
Whenever we were working at the middle school.
Yeah. It was 12 or 13.
I know that Pete was still Pete was working with us. I think it was earlier.
Pete wasn't there. He wasn't living with us at that time. I think it was 12.
So then it was after 2010 though, because I think that's when he moved away.
It was after that. So anyway, back in 2012 or 13, I ran into the superintendent. And this is, like I said, the third time I had worked with this guy. We'd worked at a building downtown. That's how we met. And that's how he got in touch with me. He kept my number all those years. I've had the same number for 20-something years. And so he called me and says, hey, is this Wolf? I said, yeah. So he says, I have a job for you to do. But it was so far out. And I said, man, that's gonna be hard. And, and he's like, look, I'll pay you whatever. And he didn't even think my number would still work. He thought it was, he didn't know what I was doing. He knew that I was working for a company back then. I said, no, I got my own thing now. And he's like, awesome. So we go out there to check that place out. And I'll tell you the story if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so I go out there, and what the first thing that me and my partner noticed, okay, was that there was a pressure washer that had been thrown through the window. Oh. Now, this pressure washer wasn't left outside. It was inside. And I said, so they broke in and threw the pressure washer out the stained glass window. And he said, no, that's the problem. He says the pressure washer was inside, and it was thrown through the window, but there was no forced entry.
Wow.
And I said, so, so I'm trying to come up with logical
Right.
answers. I'm not going to jump to, it's a spooky ghost here. It's a spooky ghost here. I don't do that. I'm,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
take my shirt off, man. Let's fight, bro. I'm not that guy that yells at ghosts or whatever, and
He tries to
everything's a
drop kick 'em.
ghost. Yeah, and everything's a Bigfoot. Everything's a ghost. Everything.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? There's no, I'm not that guy. And
Yeah.
so I told him, I said, well, let's try to figure this out logically. And him and his son were just there, kind of with their hands on their hips, looking at me like they were waiting for me to try to debunk what they were going to say. And I looked at them, and I could tell they were serious. Like they had already been through the ringer. So I didn't want to take up most of their time trying to be Mr., I'm going to prove you wrong investigator guy, because that's annoying. But I have to do my job and make an assessment. And I said, okay, so is there a way? Is it possible? Because this is a possibility, and as a security person, you have to ask that. I said, is one of your people angry? Maybe a reproach or an insult, something you said or did, or maybe they didn't get their pay correct. Who knows?
Yeah.
They said, no, nobody. One of the foremans came walking up. He's a bilingual dude named Manuel, and he says, no, there's no problems. My crews are this and that, blah blah blah. He said, I've never worked on a job like this before. I said, what's going on here? They all looked at each other. They looked at me, looked at my partner, and they said, this place is, something's wrong with it. I said, well, obviously, who's throwing things and tearing up pictures of Christ? Who does that? And they said, I don't know. But it's not one of our people. And they had a guy staying there at night to keep the vandals or whatever it was out, because nobody was stealing anything, because it was out in the middle of freaking nowhere. And so they said, no, it's not. We think it's vandals or something, but we don't know how this is happening. And so I asked a very simple question. I said, who's the guy that's staying here? And they go, well, he quit. He's not staying here anymore. He was working outside. He was supposed to stay inside, and he ended up outside. The night that the thing was thrown through the window was the last night that it was left unattended, and then for 2 nights, and then the third night the guy left after that happened. And then they said, okay, we got to find another company, because they were in between companies. And I said, how many other companies have you called? And Al was like, I was just going through my phone trying to figure out who I'd worked that had security for me before, and I saw your name. And I just thought, hey, maybe your company can help, because I used to work for a different company. And he said, he goes, it was just a shot in the dark. Maybe I could get you to come out here. I didn't know if you'd do it, for us, just, whatever. Turns out that other company that I'd worked for, he'd already called them, and they told him it was too far out, whatever. But we were the fourth one, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
Wow.
The fourth company. One company was only there for one night, and then 2 others tried. And it's a beautiful place, surrounded by woods, very pretty. And I said, this is a very pretty place. And outside in the daytime, it seemed so peaceful. But then when I walked over to this hedge, I got this really weird feeling. I felt like something was pulling my shirt, and I was just like, whoa, what is that? Like I felt like I was touching spider webs or something. And I was like, so I walked back over to my partner, and I said, hey, man, there is something wrong with this place.
Yeah.
And he goes, Anthony, you know how he is. He's a very pragmatic guy. He believes in stuff like that, but he's just not going to let it stop him. He's a business guy through and through. And he said, well, what are we going to do? Just tell them no? He goes, they're offering us a lot of money, and we could pay the guard very well, too, to get to drive out here. I said, yeah, we can. So I said, well, we had a surplus of guards at that time. Remember, Anthony? We had a lot of accounts, but we had a lot of people.
Yeah.
And people wanted to work back then, not like now. And
Yeah,
so I called up one guy, and I said, Joe, hey, can you work this post? This guy was a tough dude, man. He was from literally the hood in Houston, 5th Ward. He grew up there. Yeah, he was a tough dude. Very nice, friendly guy.
Yeah.
But I watched him like joke around and have a good time. But then I saw him get serious real quick with somebody who took it a little too far, because we went out to the bar and hung out one night, me and him and some friends, and I saw him get kind of agitated, and I was like, and this guy's not, he's no punk. And so I started talking to him about where he was from, and gave me the whole story. And so he was one of the guys. I can't remember who was the first one. I talked about it on the show, or maybe on the podcast episode, The Church of the Forgotten. And so anyway, he was one of the guys, and he only made it till like 2 or 3 in the morning. We had another guy named Chris that tried it. He was a pretty analytical didn't believe in spirits, and I gave him the rundown and said, "Hey, they say this place is haunted." You know, he goes, "I don't care about that. I worked at DoubleTree," and he actually saw a green orb in the cemetery. Was it him and Chuck, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
Over there at DoubleTree. Mm-hmm. Well, we had that account for like 6 years, and I heard what sounded like a little child or something in the stairwell, like make a noise, and I was like, so.
Yeah, and I saw a bunch of hooded people chanting in their front yard across the street.
Yeah. Yeah, weird. There was a cult that literally,
What?
I'm not joking, there was like
Really?
this satanic cult,
Yeah.
that lived in a house right across the street, and they would be out in the
Whoa.
front chanting and doing all kinds of crap and dropping up and down. I saw them doing it.
Whoa.
And-
It's like across the street was that house where all those cult people lived, and then
Wow.
next to it, next to the hotel, not across, right next door to it was a cemetery.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right behind it.
yeah,
And it's the largest cemetery in Austin.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a huge cemetery, and so we had guards who would see orbs, and then nobody wanted to check that back building because
oh yeah, I hated that back
yeah. And seeing there again, there it goes back to Scorpion. Scorpion was one of the braver ones. He was tough. He wasn't afraid. I put him at a Travis house where a bunch of people were claiming they got grabbed. I saw something weird there, and I had a bunch. So I put Scorpion over there, and he goes to sleep. I'm like, wow, this guy's. He goes, it's boring here. But then he proceeded to tell me about some weird stuff because I didn't give him the heads up on that one, and he gave me some weird stuff. I said, you saw that too? Because I saw the same thing. And he goes, yeah. And I said, and it still didn't bother you? He goes, no. And I'm sorry I fell asleep, but it was boring here. And I said, okay, fine. So you figure this guy. The only reason he didn't take that job was because he didn't have a vehicle. So I had a guard leave in the middle of the night. It was like the fourth time. I called him and I said, can you please go cover this? He's like, how? Am I going to just fly over there? And I said, no, smart mouth. I'm going to come get you. And he said, well, I thought I was doing the aquarium because there was another weird site we were doing at the same time. Remember the aquarium place?
Yeah.
Somebody, and we never did figure this one out, at the same time. Now imagine this. Rod, I'm not joking. We were doing an aquarium place where the water was being drained out of the tanks and being thrown onto the floor.
Whoa.
And on camera, and I saw this on camera, it looked like water was just like the tanks would start doing this and the water would just be spilling out.
Whoa.
And so we were like, I was sitting there with my partner, and actually Scorpion was with me at that time. We were about to drop him off at this parking garage. And we were all watching the cameras, looking at him, going, like, what in the hell is that? So at that time, he was working at that aquarium place. I said, I got somebody that can do that. He's not going to want to drive way out here, which is like 80 miles or something like that. It was ridiculous. I can't remember on the show. We said it was like 60 or something. We were trying to keep the location secret. I mean,
Yeah.
plus they didn't want us to tell the exact location on These Woods Are Haunted because, well, they have
Yeah.
reasons. But
Yeah.
anyways, so he was working the aquarium place. So I had this guy go up there, and he and the guard that relieved him when I remember that day. I remember because I had to go pick him up that next day and say, hey, let's go over there because that started at 3. And that guard, what was his name? The cantankerous dude, the old dude.
Penzo?
Pinzo.
Oh man, yeah.
Pinzo was so. He goes, you're going over there to that haunted piece of whatever. He goes,
Yeah.
you ain't gonna get me to do that crap. And he goes, it's too far out there anyway. Something happens and we're screwed. And I was over there going like, come on, dude, you're gonna get in his head. But Scorpion was like Iceman, and nothing got to him.
Yeah,
But
he even said in the chat like I fell asleep at Travis' house.
He did.
Yeah.
So we're driving out there, and I didn't want Penzo to because Penzo was like, yeah, that place is creepy, blah blah blah, blah blah, because he said his aunt used to live out there or something in that area, and so he was scaring people. I said, quit talking about it if you're not going to do it. So me and Scorpion are driving, and we're like halfway there, and he's just kind of got his head down with his hat down, taking a nap, being and he just lifts his head up, and I remember this is something we hadn't talked about before, and he goes, you think this place is really haunted? And I hadn't worked it at that time. And so I told him, I said, I don't know. And he goes, well, we'll see what happens, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And we did. We saw what happened, and it was scary.
Yeah.
And once you're out of guards, well, then it's your turn. And then you have to go and sit and do it. And so having gone through 4 people, then him, me being the 6th, I guess it would have been 7 counting my business partner. But my business partner tried to tell me a big old lie. He tried to say, oh, I'll stay there till the morning. And the night dispatch who was sitting there getting ready to leave that morning, and I'm sitting there, and I used to drink a lot of coffee and don't anymore because of my blood pressure. And I was sitting there drinking my coffee, and I was like, I asked him, I said, what time did he get here? He goes, he got here really early, about 5. He came in at 5, huh? I said, well, you know, the shift ended at 7. Well, I left a little bit early because I got things to do. I said, you got things to do? Was he sure you didn't see a spook or something? Something spooky? And he's like, I didn't see anything. Well, a couple years go by, maybe 3 or 4 years go by, and we're driving out to Midland, Texas, which is several hours away from here. And we're driving through, and there was this one area where I drove through, it's Mason County, I'll never forget. And I said, I want to make a quick little trip right through there, because there was a report that I got, and we told this one on the show, about these dogmen. But they're big. They look like big, large dogmen that were kind of hunched over and with long forearms and weird looking tails. And
like
we came up with the
hyenas?
theory.
Do they look like hyenas?
No. That we came up with the theory that these could have been Dinopithecus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, like a prehistoric baboon, you know, but they didn't look. The guys that told the story were kids when it happened. They were grown-ups when they told us, but they were years ago. But they said, look, we were shooting fireworks. And so when I drove through there and I kind of looked at the area, took a couple photos and got out and looked around a little bit, and it was heavily wooded on both sides, and then we took off. And he's like, what was that all about? Because he's over there sleeping. And I told him, I said, look, because we were going to do a eulogy for a guy named Ibata who used to work for us, a really, really good guard who worked for us for years. And so we were both paying our respects. He was a patrol captain of ours. And so we were driving, and he goes, what's that all about? I said, well, I had a story, and I had told it on this other guy's show that I used to work on. And I said, I just wanted to get a feel for the area because I had never been to the spot. And so then he goes, yeah, okay, whatever. And I was either going to tell the story or I had already told the story. I don't remember exactly which. But we're driving out, and then we started talking. And I said, you know, speaking of weird, scary stuff, you never did tell me what you saw at that church. And he goes, yeah, and I'm not going to. I said, okay, I'll tell you what. I said, I'll pay for dinner, and I'll pay for our lunch right now. I told him I'll pay for lunch. And on the way back, I'll buy you a steak dinner, too. We'll stop in Llano, and I'll pay, you know, whatever. And he's like, okay, you want to know what I saw? And he goes, I saw the most hideous, evil, ugly-looking woman whose face looked like it was rotting.
Oh.
And at that point, I had never told him what I saw. He heard a couple of the guards giving explanations, and he was just with the field captain standing there, and they're just like, I don't know what to say. These people are saying this crazy stuff. And Marty, he's sitting there going like, yeah, and this is what you believe? You know, he acted like one of those people from the Sleepy Hollow. And this is what you believe. You know? And you're like, seeing is believing, you know. But it was true. I was like, well, I said, look, you know, you can say that they're crazy, whatever. I said, but until you go out there and you do it yourself. Yeah. And he goes, well, no, I'm not doing it. And tonight you'll do it. And let's see you do it. And I said, okay, fine. And something weird happened. Something weird didn't happen. Something absolutely terrifying happened to me. Yeah. Yeah. And when we came down to talking, the only reason that Michael Sheehan and me, he's one of the producers over there, that we ended up becoming friends and me does, he's like, I'm looking for witnesses who've seen Dogman. And I said, I have a lot of them. So I gave him like a name with half a dozen people and numbers and said, if you want to talk to them. And I reached out to those people and said, hey, if you were interested, tell him your story. And so 3 or 4 of the witnesses on there were from me. Oh, wow. On that particular season. I don't remember how many, whatever. But anyway, he used some people, whatever, and then he asked me about the story that I had, and I said, yeah, I have one in the woods, but I don't really want to talk about it. And I told him that, and he's like, oh, I think it'd be great television, Josh. You know. And so I told him the story again, and he was like, yeah. I really want to get you on. We want you to tell that story. It's an awesome story, and it's scary, and I can hear the emotion in your voice when you talk about it. So, you know, and so when I told him the story I was working, we had an account with Topgolf.
Oh, wow, nice.
It was one of our clients, and I was sitting at one end of the building. The building's like 12,000 square foot. And I'm sitting there, and across the building, there's 2 other guards. There's 2 guards there that night because something had been happening, vandalism. So we had 2 guards at the other end, way on the far end, and there was an employee there. And I told the guards, I said, don't worry about covering this spot down here. I got it. Go ahead, stay on that side because I want to do a pre-interview. And when we get to a certain point in the show, we hear this. And it comes from absolutely nowhere.
Wow.
From, I don't know where. And I'm like, and so we have these radios, right? And I radioed, so I asked the guards, where are you guys at? And they told me, in the ball shack. That's where the balls come in. They put them and they after they shag them, they throw them in the ball shack. Or they drive the golf cart in there and then
After
they
the
throw 'em
picker takes them,
Yeah. And we're with the worker. And so I said, okay, that is a long ways away from me. A long ways. I'm on clear on the other side of the building. Don't know what that was. Never did figure it out. But when we went to the studio and Anthony was at the studio, at that same moment when I started talking about it, and I believe it was when I was talking about coming out of the restroom and that thing was following me, or maybe it was when I was at the front door or something, whichever. It was something I was walking through a door. And it's whenever I get to that point, either way, like it will make like a noise. And we heard 3 bangs. And that makeup girl, she got up so fast. And she looked down the hallway. She said she saw a black shadow. And so Scorpion had to like walk her out. She left in a hurry. She was an Australian girl, really nice lady, very sweet. And then that happened, and she was like, I'm gone. I'm out of here. She's like, I don't know what that was. The camera people were freaked out. Michael Sheehan was like, whoa, what was that? And then I told him, I said, that it happened again. And it always happens whenever I tell that story, when I get to that certain spot in the story. So I just quit talking about it.
Do you?
And I'm not going to get into the...
Do you believe that people might be? I'm not gonna say predisposed, but that's like they're destined to have these encounters with the demonic and paranormal, cryptids, things like that. You think that is kind of I don't know, predisposed maybe a strong word, but like that's kind of that's what's supposed to happen to them. Like as far as okay, I'll let you in on something. So my grandmother passed away years ago. Loved her to death. She was just a great woman. Loved her. But she made her living reading tarot. And
yeah, you told me that.
What's that? Yeah,
you told me that.
Yeah. So as a child, I would have, my mom would drop me off and, I'd hang out and she'd be in what's called the reading room with the client. And, there was like, 2 or 3 and she had this eye that she gave me. It was like an ivory carving. It was like a triangle carving and it had the symbol for the man and the woman. And it had an eye at the bottom of the triangle. And she said, take this, mijo, because it's going to protect you and blah, blah, blah. So, me being a kid, I would carry it around and my mom freaked out because she's like, yeah, this is demonic, throw it away, blah, 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 so, but I remember plainly having, going into the shed, looking for my uncle's old toys and stuff. And I remember coming across a book where it was frame by frame. There was a gentleman laying on a pentagram with candles all around him. And another guy that was like a shaman or whatever, raising his hand up in the air and then putting it down into the guy's chest and pulling out his heart and like eating it, right? And that was in a book that I'd found in the shed. And the other thing was I remember, playing with my toy cars and having them a certain way lined up, so, when you're a kid, you do that stuff and, going to eat dinner, coming back and they're just all over the place and nobody had been in that area, or, I would take a shower in the guest room and I would hear voices in the drain, like people talking in the drain. And it was really odd. And so, I always thought like, because I was exposed to some of those things, I had my own, paranormal experience at one of the apartments that I lived in. And it caused me to literally I was very oppressed to the point where I went to the hospital. And, I'd see these figures that would come over. They were black. They would just hover over me and they would pin me down over my covers, my comforter. I could feel like one appendage hit with weight on right side and then one on the left side, pin me in and just sit over me. And I could feel the weight. And then of course I had some of the scratches, the three little thin scratches that were like fire. It felt like I was on fire, my neck, you know. And I had gone to the management office, and I asked, "Hey, is anybody that lived here before was, you know, what did they do? Did they complain about anything? Did they, you know, just wanted some answers, like what's going on? Why is this happening to me?" And the manager had said there was one lady before you that used to call maintenance and call us all the time, saying that she smells burning sulfur in the apartment, and they would come in, not find anything. She's like, "I smell burning sulfur in my apartment. What is going on? What are y'all doing?" So, you know, something probably in that apartment. But my point of telling you this is that, you know, I think people that have been exposed to some of this stuff, even though I am a believer in Christ, my faith is at the forefront of my life, and I don't believe I can be possessed. I can be oppressed by demonic forces, but you know, I can't be possessed. But that doesn't keep me from getting harmed physically or oppressed or put me in the hospital meant for depression, like bad. Like I was to the point where I was going to hurt myself, you know, with one of my shotguns. And so, you know, I always wondered about if, because I was exposed to some of that stuff at an early age, if that kind of just predetermines, you know, some of the stuff that happens to you in your life, like it maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I think that, you know, we ran into one of the guards years later that was involved. We've only talked to like maybe two that were there from then, and one of them, and he's not doing good. He's had a lot of problems. I didn't ask, and I didn't think it would be appropriate, you know, to ask him right there at that time. We saw him at the grocery store, and I was going with his wife. "Hey, you're having a bunch of hard trouble. Is it because of that ghost stuff?" That I just didn't think it would be appropriate.
Yeah.
But I wondered about that because he seemed like he was pretty put together, and then after that he bounced around, and I think he came back and worked for us briefly, and then we didn't see him again for a few years, and then the last time I saw him, he wasn't doing too good. And then one of the other guys, he did okay though, right? He went back and became a preacher in Houston.
Wow.
So he did okay, but then there was another guy who, after that incident, he moved back to his home state, and then him and his girlfriend had a bunch of problems, and they were engaged, and they seemed to get along really well. I thought they were in love, and we went to their house one time to pay him, and they gave us dinner and stuff, and we talked, and he seemed like a good kid. And she was finishing her degree, and then they had a kid, and they were at each other's throats in a divorce. So I don't know if that affected people or what.
Yeah.
But I mean, it didn't. I don't think it bothered Scorpion. You know, he went on with his life.
I'll say that guy's a badass, straight up.
Yeah, he's not afraid of anything. He's really not afraid of anything. So you know, I mean, like he's told me before. He goes, and this is him talking. Like he's like, "I would be afraid to fight you." He's like, "But I'm not afraid to fight anybody else." You know, but he's been around me for a long time, but he's a fighter. You know, he's always been that way. But you know, like he said, he goes, we can't fight that. You know, what can you do?
Yeah.
You know, and so that was the only time I ever saw Scorpio get afraid of something. You know, whatever. And my brother was shocked too, because my brother and him, you know, they're both built the same way. They're both about the same size, same height. It's weird, you know. And it was them two and my friend Squid, and we all lived together at one time. And my friend Willie, and they were all bouncers. They were all really tough guys. I know these people that are my enemies, they like to make light and make jokes about these people from the past. They're not jokes. They're not your patsy. Believe me. That they work for me, and they, you know, and do what they do because they're good at what they do. And so, you know, we were both surprised, me and my brother both, to see Scorpio shaking, and he was shaking for a couple of days. He kept looking at his ankle and asking me if it was going to be a scar. He goes, "Do you think it's going to be a scar?" He goes, "What is that?" I couldn't tell you. All I know is that it looked like handprints that grabbed him. I mean, you know, and we're in our 20s. I guess, or maybe I was like in my early 30s or something like that. You know, I don't know. I was still not really. I never thought I would be doing this, and you know, at one point I thought maybe I'd write a book or something about, you know, the stuff in our house or whatever, but I had no reason to like take pictures of it or anything like that. I wish I would have, you know, but even then they'd say, oh, well, you did it yourself or whatever.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
There's Scorpion right there. He says, that's the reason I walked off property while waiting for you to pick me up from there, Wolf. Yeah, you weren't walking off property waiting. You were walking down the road, the gravel road. And I thought until it had, you know, but I took my turn too. Well, what happened to me, I was in my vehicle and I couldn't start it. Like it went dead, which is something that happens in these weird paranormal phenomena. It's crazy. Like your batteries will go dead. And I know that happens. And I was thinking, please don't be dead. And I get in there and it's dead. And I thought, that's great. That is awesome. That is super. So I just covered up with my cocha, that's a blanket, you know. But you know that. But yeah, and I just covered it up, and then I did something that I'm a little bit embarrassed of. I covered my head. It wasn't really cold. I was just scared. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I
was
too.
out there in the middle of the woods, and there was nothing around, and everybody who'd worked there before me had gone through some stuff, and I was like, I don't want to see anything. So you just sit there and you pray, and you pray. And when I opened up, that's when I saw the things I saw, the beings or whatever. So what happened was the conclusion. We run into Al. 4 years later, about 4 or 5 years later.
Yeah.
His wife had done some research on it. Unfortunately, she had passed away. And so Al and I were talking, and Anthony was standing there, and so Scorpion. We were all there, and we were taking a look at what we were going to be dealing with. It was going to be a 2-man post because they were doing some construction, and there had been some vandalism. Somebody had spray painted something, so it was nothing spooky, anything like that. Although that band hall was a little spooky when they cut to one person. There was it was like a band hall, but there was just silence, and it was really quiet, you know. And so, you know, one day I was walking, and I tripped. I hit one of the cymbals, those things you cling together, and it was so loud and it echoed. I was like, oh, whoa. But it was weird. You would think that it would be more acoustically whatever, but I guess it's a poor middle school. They didn't really have the money to soundproof whatever. So we were, you know, talking about it, and I asked Al, I just said, look, I said, hey, I know we've worked together. I was like, what did your you know, we had that assignment. He goes, oh, yeah. He knew exactly what I was talking about. He says, well, he said, my wife did a lot of research on that place. We were all standing there, you know. And he says, that place is effed. You know, like he goes, dude, and he's a crazy Italian guy, you know, and he's always smoking, chain smoking. He said, that place is effed up, man. It's effed. He's like, turns out, he's like, that place was used by the Spaniards as a leper colony. It was dropped, they dropped people off. Native Americans and other Spaniards were just thrown together in there, and they built a wall around it. He goes, that's why that wall was there.
Wow.
And so then I was like, are you kidding me? He goes, no, for real. He goes, yeah. It's like a really part of history that they just kind of are like, let's pretend like this didn't happen. And what was even worse was when the Anglos came. Well, the Mexicans came after the Spaniards. The Spaniards actually ruled Texas for the longest period of time. And then, you know, the Mexicans had taken it from the Spaniards once they defeated the Spaniards and drove them out eventually. Because Spain was kind of just had 1 foot in, 1 foot out, not really whatever. And so the Mexicans just continued to use it and just throw people in there. And then the Anglos did the same thing. They were like, oh, well, this is where we put the lepers. And eventually it just burned down. You know, somebody burned it up, whatever. But they think it was this. There were 2 different fires. I believe they said that the Spaniards had torched it at one point because the people were wandering out and getting everybody infected. So they killed everybody.
Wow.
And then it was done again under Texas rule, or under Mexican rule before the Texans took it over. But it was sanctioned and done by the Mexican government, done by the Anglos at the behest of the Mexican government because, I mean, you know, at the time they just thought we can't risk them spreading this everywhere. And so they did the same thing. And then at that point it was never reused until years later. Somebody bought it like back in the 30s or 40s or something like that. I think it was like right around World War II. And they fixed it up and used it as a church. But the wall stayed destroyed. And ultimately, some other people bought it and they turned it into they were trying to turn it into a Pentecost.
Mm.
And then it just, it is what it is. It turned into that, which is this haunted place. And so
Yeah.
we didn't know what that was that was happening.
Man, that I tell you, I was watching that. Right, I watched it right after I met you, and we were we eat dinner and stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna check out Josh's episode, and I walked away from it going, God, I wouldn't know what to do. Like, that was insane.
And I really
Insane.
didn't want to do that episode. I really didn't,
Yeah.
because we had talked about it on the show, and I really didn't want to do it because I didn't want to be, if I ever was asked to talk about the Dogman encounter or something, somebody's going to be like, well, he was on a show talking about the haunted church, because people act like you can't have more than one thing happen to you.
Right.
And so back then, though, I was still thinking that experiencers were a lot more rare than now. I know they're not.
No.
Like,
yeah.
it's way more common for somebody who has one experience to have had others.
Right.
Whereas at one time, I'm like you, I was an aper, and I also believed that, if you had one experience, and I thought anybody, and I asked, I admit to this, it was wrong of me. I admit this. At one time, I thought anybody who claimed that they saw a Bigfoot and then they also saw a ghost or UFOs or whatever, I'm like, that person's lying. They're crazy. Who the heck can see a giant hairy animal running out in the woods? It's so rare.
Right.
But then they see aliens, UFOs, whatever, and then they have ghost experiences. There's no way that can happen until I had to finally come to terms with what we call an experiencer. And funny that I was talking to the guy from Skinwalker Ranch last night because I read George Knapp's book. I read his book, and I tried to reach out to him and tell him, hey, and he never responded to me. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't know if he would now. I don't know if he knows who I am or whatever. I don't know. But I reached out to him and I said, hey, I was like, this is crazy. These people are having all these experiences because it started, to me, I thought I was very unique. Like in the way, but everybody wants to think they're the center of the universe, right? But so maybe it was hubris, arrogance, I don't know. But I thought I saw a weird looking dogman creature. I hadn't seen Bigfoot or anything like that. And at that point, I had never seen any aliens, UFOs, but I did see a lot of ghostly phenomena. And I thought, that's got to be the rarest thing ever. But then I had to come to terms with, well, Dogman, not necessarily flesh and blood, nor is Bigfoot, and it's not uncommon. And when me and Barton Nunley, we did the Bigfoot series, 10 different people we interviewed, like the first 5, only one had not had alien scenario.
Wow.
Including Jesus Payan, who's from Breaking Bad, a good friend of mine, who's an actor.
I'm going to have him on an Instagram Live on the 10th.
Oh, yeah, he's a cool dude, man. Tell him I said what's up. I love him.
Yeah,
he was at my
I'm going
conference, man.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
he
I
was
just
at my
reached out to him
conference.
just to say, like, hey, like, you want to do like Instagram Live with me, man? I like what you do, and and he's like, yeah, that's cool. And so I was like, nothing crazy, just just a conversation like we're having right now,
Sure, yeah.
So, but yeah, no, I was happy that he even responded. Like, I was like, oh, cool, all right, cool, thanks, man. So, yeah, that should be pretty cool because he's had some experiences as well with these creatures with the Sasquatch, right?
Yep, and he's had encounters with an alien encounter with a Sasquatch at the same time, which is, like I said, I thought was something that was just completely unique, but it's not really.
What's interesting, you talk about, like, I guess I would maybe call it the trifecta, right? Alien, paranormal, cryptid type of thing. I mean, we've had, me and my wife have seen 3 UAPs within the last 2-3 years, and then had that paranormal experience, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, Rod, you've had this happen, you've seen this with your wife, like, what's next? Like, what's going to go on next? Because then you think about it and go, is like we're talking about, is it all tied together? Like, and then my thing was like, if I'm experiencing some of this stuff, is it just a matter of time before I experience a cryptid thing, or so it's just questions that I ask myself, like what else what else is there, like what else is going to happen, type of thing. And then I just happened to get into this Bigfoot thing, I think just by accident, and literally by accident. I was in disability from work, so so I don't know, but I'm of the mindset that now it's kind of all tied together, or it's got ties to each other some way, shape, or form. Paranormal, UAP, UFO, aliens, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's all tied together. That's the thing too. And when you're talking, like we were talking earlier a little bit about Texas history, and people were there's so many people that think that Mexico had Texas for this like really, really long time, and that's not really true at all. The Spaniards had Texas from 1519 until like the 1700s. I mean, it was a long period. And, the French, they had a claim to at least part of Texas for about 5 years. And then, of course, Texas became its own country. But it was really, when you look at the history of Texas, and because we were talking about this, I want to say this. What people don't understand is why there's so much activity and why there's so much whatever. This land has been disputed for such a long time, and there's so much bloody history.
Yeah.
You had the Spaniards that came and they fought with the Apaches. The Comanches rose up, and then they became the big enemy. And then, of course, they fought the Apaches, and then all three of them fought each other in this big triangle of warfare. And then the Mexicans eventually defeated the Spanish, and the Spanish were sick and tired of Texas anyway. They weren't getting anything out of it, and they were just trying to hold it to keep off the English and the French. And eventually they just abandoned it and kind of halfway defended it, not really. And Mexico took over. And so I had somebody I was arguing with the other day, and they were like, well, this all belonged to Mexico. And I said, yeah, and it also belonged to France, and it also belonged to Spain. It also belonged to the Confederacy. It also belonged to Texas as its own country for 11 years, and then finally the United States. And now we're looking at some weird stuff happening here. We may end up, who knows?
Right.
But it's one of those things where, there are so many people who have an opinion about things, and when they make statements like that, and I tell them this, I said in 1836, there were less than 5,000 Mexicans in Texas. They were outnumbered like 6-1 by the Comanche, and they were outnumbered like 3-1 by the Anglos. So to say that you had control of this and people get very offended. They get very upset because they want to use that as an argument for all this other stuff. And I'm like, by that, logic, the Spaniards would have a bigger claim because they had more people here and they held it for 200 years. They had it longer than the United States has had it. Wow. So, I mean, when you look at when people want to make like these crazy statements, it's like, literally, it's you can't make that statement. You can't say that that this belonged to this or belonged to that. And what happened out there at Church of the Forgotten, that building, since what we were told by Al was that it was demolished, but there's still little pieces of the wall there. Because they eventually just tore it down, and then they were going to do something else with it, and nobody ever did anything with it. It just sits there now, rubble. But it's a bloody part of Texas history that kind of gets swept under the rug. But there's a lot of that. There's a lot of things that go on that just get, let's not talk about it. It's not something that's pretty and elegant and cool. Right. Let's just sweep it under the rug. And there's a lot of political correctness run amok, where people don't want to say this or say that. Yeah. Just got to be honest, man. Just be honest about the history, Yep. People make weird statements about Texas all the time, and they don't really understand. And they don't understand the Bigfoot community. I don't think grasps just how large the Bigfoot population, I believe, is here in Texas.
Oh, I think it's bigger than what even the most tenured researcher thinks. I really do.
I think it's huge because there's so many people that see them all the time. And there's no way, I mean, especially out in the big thicket in East Texas. Yeah. I mean, the only other place I could think of in the country would be like Washington or Kentucky, or somewhere like that. They would have that much Bigfoot population.
Pincho Gifford National Forest, up there in Washington State. Has,
that's for sure. Yeah.
And then we've got the big thing. We got the Sam Houston national forest, which is I've heard from somebody that is been doing it longer than I have. That's stayed out there, camped. He said there was one night where it sounded like a zoo, like monkeys going off. Like it was just incredible. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, it just sounded like a bunch of howler monkeys just back and forth, back and forth. I was like, that's incredible.
Yeah, that is when you take the reports that you get from East Texas in particular, like you get a lot of crazy reports, but you also get reports around these caves going out to West Texas too.
Yeah.
You know, and when you look at Texas as a whole, the reports are everywhere. They're all over the place. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of haunted this or that here in this state. And like I would have never known that place existed had I not gone over there and had to work it or had my guys work it. But when you stop and you start looking at this place as being what it is, you know, the hotbed of UFO activity, hotbed of Bigfoot activity, we don't need to travel all over the country to go and research and study it. It's in my own backyard. And I'm going to take Linda Godfrey's advice. She said to Tony on the show one time, she told him, she said, start in your own backyard. She's like, you'd be surprised at what you could find there. She goes, you guys are in Texas.
Yes.
There's a lot of reports out of Texas.
Absolutely. It's incredible that people, well, and I say, and maybe it's just ignorance and stupidity and oversight. But you know, again, like going back to my previous point, where I believe that these things do travel in suburban areas through these creeks and greenway. It's their highway. That's what it is. And you know, oh no, there's no way. All the Bigfoot in Washington State. I'm like, no. You're discredit. You're not looking at the history we've had, and especially in San Antonio. You know, Kelly Air Force Base. We had, you know, in the 70s. We had 2 sightings. I just talked to a lady that's a friend of my wife's, and you know she's seen one out there by the Medina area, Medina Lake, Medina River, I think, area, and it was walking or running through her backyard. She's got a lot of acreage, and she said this thing looked like it looked fake. It looked weird the way it ran, like, you know, it looked really smooth, and she's like, I asked my neighbors, were you running back there? Was no, nobody. And, you know, she even found footprints, you know, so you know, we've got plenty of activity going on here. I think it's just, you know, people that just don't want to come to the I guess to the point where they have to admit that there's something out there. And, you know, or you talk to guys that are hunters that are, you know, they've been hunting their whole life. And you ask like, hey, well, you know, have you seen anything weird? I've done that before. Have you seen anything weird out there when you're hunting? Oh, no, but let me tell you about this really weird animal I saw one time, though. You know, it's like, I think it's just their way of rationalizing it so that they can go back and keep hunting. Because if they want to succumb to what it really was, it scares the crap out of them. And they're not going to go back out and hunt ever again, you know? So I think it's time that we start really going into some areas where, like, I think some of the cave areas, I think if that was something accessible, I think that also too, you know, my area that I go, the Salado Creek goes right into Camp Bullis, and Camp Bullis has a huge thick acreage. And my thing is that I think that's where a lot of them are residing, whether it's in caves or in that area, because I can't get on that land without, you know, getting shot or whatever, like, you know, thrown in jail or prison or whatever, because it's government, you know, land or whatever, but it's thick, you know. So I think that, you know, I think taking it seriously and, you know, and then blending the researchers, you know, in different fields, I think that's a great idea too, as well. And I think it's something we should implement, because again, I'm looking at it, and you're looking at it, and I know you are. You're looking at it not from a 2-dimensional. We're looking at it from all sides, man. We're welcoming everybody. You know, hey, come on. You know, show me what you think, or what, you know, what do you think this is, or have you seen this, or, you know, whatever. So I think those are great areas. But I think it's time that we really, you know, buckle down and really try and take it to the next level if we can. And I don't know what that looks like, but I'm willing to partner up with you and get it done, if we need to. So
Yeah, we need to collaborate and definitely go and do some looking around, because there's
Yeah.
some stuff out there. If you got something you have to show me down in San Antonio in that area, we can go take a day trip out there once we get our camera equipment.
yeah, I'd love
and then
to.
we can make a video about that too.
We can hit a lot of sites in that whole day. They're very accessible, and it's not crazy. Like you don't have to have this. It's not this grand expedition. You know what I mean? So but it's cool though. And I think you'll like it, and I think I think it's something to ponder on. I mean, because again, from where I'm coming from is, these things travel through suburban areas, and that's where I'm kind of focused on, because I think that this activity is being done right underneath our noses, and I think we're so arrogant that we don't even want to believe that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I'd love to show you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe we could do something with Eric Palacios, and I know
Yeah.
that David Weatherly's another one that
Yeah,
I'm supposed to in the spring do some stuff, but I'm also going to be syndicated, so my show's going to be on cable,
Nice.
on AT&T Uverse, and all the other cable deals. But it's just going to be
Right
cool.
on.
That's going to be cool, and
Yeah,
that's something that
right
I'm
on.
working on.
Good for
But,
you. That's great, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're growing, but definitely want to get some, like a couple documentaries or something done.
Sure.
And people always want to say, oh, you just want you put your name and make self-aggrandizement. No, I think we need real research and I think what you said about Nikki would be great.
Yeah, I would.
Reach out to her for me, actually,
need
and then
to.
have her.
Yeah. I will. She was she was like, we're not doing it in the summer, Rod. I'm not getting out there in the summer. I'm like, hey, no, it's all good.
Who does? We got the spring coming up. Let's do 3 months of the spring and let's get
I
it
think
done,
so.
because
Yeah,
that's
I
when I
think
want to
so.
do my documentary. And
Yeah.
I got to go to the LBL, which I
Oh, wow.
invited you. If you want to go to the LBL, you can go with us.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
going to
man.
head out there, and we're gonna go do some research out there. So, folks, I got to get the camera by April. So I need money. Send it to me now. I want money in this thing right now. Now watch my enemies.
Yeah, they're gonna take it
They're
out
gonna
of
take that and go. He said, "Send him money right now." Look, there it is.
Yeah.
No.
Here he is, folks, on camera demanding money.
So I came out blasting. Now he's talking about guns. What does he think? He's Yosemite Sam? The guy's crazy.
We need to ban the Second Amendment.
He needs to go into the nut house.
Guns make me so scared.
Yeah, PTSD from the sounds. Thank you, Jordan Cogburn. So we got $5 here. What else we got, folks? Come on now. Donate generously. Just kidding, folks. I'm just joking. Don't get all excited. We're going to make some videos about me, whatever. But no, seriously, I need to get some camera equipment together
Yeah.
so that we can get this done and do some videos out there. Clef,
Yeah.
thank you for that donation or whatever.
Look at the little emoji he put on his. It's like a drooling,
What is that?
cockeyed emoji.
Clough, what is wrong with you? You are a very odd man. Not that I don't, like you. I think you're great. But
Old bloke, that one.
Madeline says, we know y'all got them tax refunds. Stop holding out. Where's yours at, Maddie? You need to throw some fatty in there, too. Where's the fatty coming from? You. No, but we try to have fun here, and I apologize for the first 30 minutes, hour, whatever it was. I was trying to get people in the chat to fill up, but I mean, you're just waiting until you get 300-400 people in so you can really start doing what you got to do. And so,
Yeah.
this, and if they're watching the replay, fast forward it. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to sit there and go, oh, he's talking about this or whatever. Just fast forward through it, whatever.
Yeah.
It's just the filler, but I had to say something to somebody who, today I'm busy. I'm sitting there in a meeting, and my phone goes off. And I look down, and honestly, it's not an exciting thing. It's kind of boring. So you're just kind of sitting there going like, yeah. So it's a business thing, and sometimes people they talk about numbers, and you're just like, oh, dude, this, whatever. And so when you're listening to a client, and sometimes they drone on about the quarterly spending, what we have to do with the blah blah blah, and they don't even sound remotely excited about it themselves. So that happens a lot in my life. I got to sit there and listen to somebody drone on about something that's not, And so you try to stay focused, and then somebody sends you a message. I started laughing, and they were like, "What was that?" Because this guy is so stupid. He sends me this message, gloating about me being a retard or whatever he called me, and I'm like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
This guy made a video about. I'm like, "Who is obsessed here? Like, who is the guy?"
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's going to go and make a 40-minute freaking video about you.
Yep.
Like, does your wife know that you do these things? What does she think about that? That you make videos about dudes all the time? What is that? You got to be thinking at some point, like, it's a little weird. I mean, and now he's going to go, oh, in this day and age, he's questioning me about that. Let's grow up, dude. And in fact, he seems like a pretty smart guy. If he would focus on his deal. And in fact, the other guy, Blakey, the big fakey, whatever. I will say this: I caught a little clip of him with the Bigfoot noises or whatever, and I didn't. It intrigued me, but I didn't really listen to much of it. But I don't know. Maybe he does that. And I thought to myself, that's something. Why don't you do that? Why don't you focus on your research? But they don't even do research. They don't do anything. All they do is run around making videos about people and attacking people. And calling it exposing them.
Wow.
You're not exposing me, dude. You ain't doing nothing, dude. You're not doing anything to me. You're just being a joke. It's in that the whole community is just the poorer for these people. Like they could do something. They could do like the one guy, he had the voice calls or whatever. I think that's what he was doing. But I'm thinking, why don't you just focus on that? Do your research, and why attack me? His friend attacked me, and I don't even know the guy. He just came out of left field with that crap. Just made a video talking a bunch of trash. And I'm like, who is this dude, and why is he even getting involved? It's like, it's just didn't make any sense to me. To me, it's like research is doing what you're doing. Research is doing what Barton Nunley's doing. And there are people that are making connections and doing things. Thank you for that donations, Cluffy, Susie Jago. Oh, Susie, I was thinking about you the other day. How you been? Jordan Cogburn. I met Susie at my conference, and she was such a sweetheart. She was a very nice person. She's very open, sat with me and talked and told stories. She's a pretty cool person. Love Cat, thank you. You're a sweetheart too. Appreciate the donations. Thank you for the help. We are going to use it to buy some camera equipment because we need to go out and do whatever. Yeah. But so what happened was I made a video of me at one of my sites because I had heard a lot of stuff happening there. And the same thing, out there in those woods, we walk through, and there's trees. Every 6, 7 tree is broken out there. And it's at the same exact spot. It's really weird how they broke like that. Something is snapping these trees. And so I ended up walking around out there, and so then I thought, you know what, I should do a video before we lose the account, because the account's going to be gone in a couple of weeks. So I said I want to do something. So I went and I worked out there one night, and oh my gosh, dude, it was a trip, man. I'm not gonna lie, it was a real trip. And then I didn't even have to work it. I could have had somebody else do it, but I was like, you know what, I want to do it because I want to see what the guards are seeing. I want to hear what these guards are hearing, what's going on out here. And so, sure enough, I'm out there, and I hear all this weird stuff and whatever. And then, right after that, this dude pops up with this video attacking me, and I thought, man, I think it's one of those things where they get mad because you don't stay in your lane. They want you to stay in your lane.
Right.
And it's like, I'm doing research. I'm doing the field research, and you're just a storyteller. He kept emphasizing that you're a storyteller, rah, rah, rah. And that's what his whole spiel was. And so I think it made him mad. I think he was mad because I was venturing off of the reservation, And so that's the only thing I could think of, because I don't know why this guy attacked me. I don't know this man. I've never met him before in my life. And then today, his buddy, who I do know, and I called him out for being in that guy's chat and saying stuff, and so he got real mad, and he made a video with me today, and then he messages me to let me know and shows me the video, oh, okay. And then after I respond, then he's like, "Yeah, I'm calling the police for threats." And I'm you're how are you going to explain to them how you're antagonizing me. You're sitting here antagonizing me, you know, and that's, you know, if you're so threatened, why are you antagonizing me? Why are you making videos about me? That's not the actions of a scared person
Yeah.
who feels threatened. That's the actions of a person who's trying to mess with somebody.
Yep.
You're trying to mess with them, trying to get them in trouble, trying to get their channel taken. He said he was going to try and get my channel taken down.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that, dude. I
Stand
mean,
in line, dude.
yeah, you and everybody else that don't want to be a part of the real community. That's what it is.
Right.
A bunch of renegades who are banded together to try to cause problems, and they don't even have the same whatever you call it together. They don't even believe the same ideology. They, you know, and they used to fight each other, but now they're together so they can take me down. But they'll eat each other. If they ever manage to do that, then they'll eventually eat each other.
Yeah,
And of course, if they can destroy us, which I don't see that happening, but let's just say hypothetically they do chase us out, the community is going to be the poorer for it. Because
Absolutely.
you're losing a person who's trying to, or persons who's trying to unite everyone.
Yeah.
And you are the resistance. You're standing in the way of progress. You're standing in the way of what we need as a community, and that is to come together. All the fields need to come together and ask the questions that need to be asked. Those conferences that you were at, that Paracon, those are very important conferences, mine included, all of them, because it brings people together and we can all talk and brainstorm. You know, Christopher Jordan was there, and when you were there, I know, Rod, we were talking about the alien agenda, and Lyle Blackburn was there, and we were from all these different fields, and we were talking about all this stuff.
Yeah.
And that is what needs to happen.
Yeah, it was great, productive conversation.
It was.
I walked away that much more educated and enlightened because I had never had anybody or been around anybody that had conversations like that, and it, you know, in relation to, you know, UFOs, aliens, cryptids, all that stuff. And so when you guys were talking about all of it, I was like, man, I'm soaking this up because this is the stuff that we need to hear. You know, it really is.
That's what needs to happen. And when we were having those conversations, like, we got into all kinds of different things. I mean, we started talking about computer parts and how they look like sigils and things like it was, you know, the kind of stuff that PRT was built on. And these people who will stop at nothing to see you destroyed and removed, whatever. And they can, and some of them I think know that they're just being pieces of crap. And then some of them I think really do believe that they're fighting some sort of holy war by trying to stop us from working together.
Yeah.
Some people in these communities, the ghost community, I'll start with that. They don't want anything to do with Bigfoot. And there are people who believe in ghosts, but believe that Bigfoot is just a monkey of someone's imagination. I had a ghost researcher, and I'm not going to, he's pretty well known. And he's like, I like your work. He's like, but this whole Bigfoot Dogman thing, you know, he goes, I don't like that. And he politely declined to come on my show. And I said, fair enough. And he's like, I don't get behind the whole, he's like, I don't see how those creatures could exist. And I said, well,
wow,
they don't exist in the way that you're thinking that people think they exist. I know who you're talking about.
Right.
I said, I don't believe like that. I'm a lot more open-minded. And he said, well, I'll think about it, whatever. But I already made my mind up. I was like, you know, whatever. It's not worth the hassle. So that's an example. Then you go to the UFO field. It's the same thing. You know, they're like, well, you know, you do all this Dogman and Bigfoot research and you talk about ghosts and stuff, you know, and you know, they'll thank you, you know. And then you go to the Bigfoot community and they're like, well, you talk about UFOs and ghosts and no thank you. You know, and so, but then people start to pay attention, and eventually people start to come around, and then they say, you know, I listened to your show, and I heard some of their encounters, and I had one guy, and he got in touch with me, and I hooked him up with a witness. I said, just listen to what this person has to say. Just listen to her. You don't have to believe it. He came away and he said, I believe her. He goes, I don't know what that is. But that started him on this journey, you know, this road. And when me and Eric Plazas were talking the other day, we were talking about how Texas and this area where we're at, Rod, where you're at, where we're at, you know, the Edwards Aquifer, all of this whole area
Yes.
right here, the recharge zone. You know, this is where a lot of high strangeness is taking place.
Absolutely.
I think it rivals the Uinta Basin. I think it rivals the LBL. I think it's especially Devil's Backbone area. There's
Yep.
a lot of crazy, weird stuff happening down
Absolutely.
here in Texas.
We
And it
discussed
needs to
that
be
with
explored.
Eric. Yeah, I was on a show I think a year ago.
Yeah, you told me.
You know, he was like, yeah, man, that's you know, because we were talking about the Edwards Underground Aquifer, and I was saying, like, you know, there's no way, and even if any government official tells you, yeah, we've looked in every nook and cranny, no, you didn't. You don't know what's down there. You don't.
No.
You don't. You know.
Even with magnetic resonance, they don't know.
No.
There's no way to know because and you know under Las Vegas, people don't realize this. They go, where does the water come from? There's a huge lake. People don't know that. And there's still people that will argue and say that that's not real. Bull crap. It's very real. I used to live in Vegas, and I had a friend that worked at the city and told me all about it. He's like, we're sitting on top of a bunch of water.
Wow.
It's you know, it's the world is not the way people think it is.
Not at all.
And it's unfortunate that those and what these people are that stand in the way of the progress, they're literally like, you know, something out of like another century.
Yeah.
They literally, that's what they are. They're standing in the way, and they'll stop at nothing, and they're being used a lot of times, and they still don't even realize that they're being controlled opposition.
Absolutely.
This guy that I was talking about earlier, he even had to make a video saying that he wasn't a government agent, and I'm going like, why are you? It was weird. I was like, there was a video on there. Yeah, he made some videos saying I'm not a government agent, never have been, whatever. Why were people even accusing you of that? Maybe because you're always messing with people. That right there is the fact, okay? Because you're always attacking another researcher, another podcaster, YouTuber, or author. That right there is why people think that you're controlled opposition. You're opposition. You're, you know, because you're constantly on the attack of people. Maybe if you weren't always doing that, then there would be nobody would be suspecting or accusing you of that. But when you're constantly messing with people, they're gonna come to a conclusion that that's what they think you are.
Yeah.
I mean, the thought crossed my mind. I was like, why is this guy always doing this crap? You know?
That's
but I just kind of
interesting too, yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. I've actually thought about that myself. And especially at the Paracon was the first conference I'd ever done. I'd never been a part, and I'm kind of hooked now because I want to do more, you know. So, but I had people come in that follow me, and it was really cool to hear people come. Hey man, I'm one of the members on the. Man, thank you so much. I get up, shake their hand, you know, thank them and for their support, you know, because nobody has to support you or be a part of what you do, you know, but they're gracious enough to do that and, you know, listen to some of the things that I present or show. And one of the questions, and I got several questions of this was, why don't you just can you take me out? Can you do this? Do you have groups that didn't? I'm like, no. I'm like, I thought about it and I was like, no. My thing was this. The reason why I don't do that was, number one, I don't want it to be a liability. I don't want anybody to, you know, God forbid, have a heart attack while they're out there, and then I'm liable or whatever, right? Or this person didn't tell me that they have some type of disability, and we're out there, and you know something happens. I don't want that to happen. Number one. The other thing is this. You know, I don't know who, honestly, and maybe this is kind of conspiracy theory. I don't know who's planted where to throw me off or to do. You know what I mean? And the other thing is this. If it gets around and it gets too popular, guess what some of these wilderness parks are going to do? They're going to single me out, and they're going to come after me, and that's my concern. That's why I do not take, you know, I don't want to say like civilians, but people that aren't researching like I am out there, because for one, I just don't want the liability, and number two, if it gets around, if let's say crazy scenario, it gets on the news and they show my face, you know, I'm pegged, I'm marked now, you know, because And now in any of these government parks, if somebody singles me out or sees me, guess what? That's the guy. Okay, you need to get out. Like I don't want that to happen. So I always kind of stay under that radar. I really try not to, but it's crossed my mind about people being planted, to throw you off, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you wonder because these people, they're so relentless with their attacks and they feel so threatened, and you're sitting there going like, why?
Yeah.
Why? Like this guy, the guy that attacked me, not the one today, but his friend that did it before him, and I was just sitting there going like, shaking my head going like, why did this guy do this?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, man. And that's why they're having to make videos saying, well, we're not government agents. Well, you sure do act like somebody who's against everything that we do, all of our research, everything. Because when his friend made the video about me, all he did was he attacked me for every single thing he could think of. And he never gave a real reason why he came to attack. Other than he wanted to try to piggyback on because anytime somebody puts round table, they get views. And so the guy today, he said, well, nobody's trying to use you to get fame. You're not that famous. Well, actually my channel is pretty big because a lot of these big channels are not real. They don't have real subs, real views, real likes, or real comments. It's fake.
Right.
It's fake,
it's all
like
purchased.
WWE. Yeah, it's all purchased. And so mine actually is real and has a real following, and we have real stories, not fake AI-generated stories on top of everything else that's fake on them.
Right.
It's all plastic. So, yeah, I actually do. And so I've noticed a pattern, and Anthony and Nelly pointed it out to me. And actually, so did Clough, and so did several other people in this chat, that those people's views and everything they get, the numbers are off. It's weird. And so what they do is they'll put the word roundtable on there, or they'll put my name in there, and people will run over there and view it because they think it's about me. In fact, they did that. Jeremiah Fountain, very good guy, a good friend of mine, researcher. He was in my book. He got caught like that by the doucher. He saw, Josh Turner, and he didn't look at the videos. He thought, I was on a show or something, so he hit like on there.
Oh, no.
And then when I messaged him, I said, hey, dude, I saw you like that. What's up with that? And he's like, well, that was an interview. I was like, no, it wasn't. Now that's a hit piece, basically, where somebody like took a hit on me, like they messed with me, Since we're using this gangster lingo, they're talking about I'm a gangster or whatever. Yeah, well, at least I'm not a gang banger because I was never a gang banger. But they did this piece on me where they tried to hit me, and he saw that. He goes, oh, okay, and he went and he took his like back, But they use it. They put your face or they put your image or whatever, or they'll put your name or they'll use part of your show's name to get views, and that is a real thing. And so this guy tried to play it off like, we don't do that. Yeah, the hell you don't, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be making that video. You would have. Who cares what I said? Just let it go. He's all into the truth and peace and whatever. The truth is, you needed views and you want to be relevant, and you're not. And so you could have just left it alone and I wouldn't say anything about you. I let it go. That was the end of it. I had nothing else to say. Basically just said, look, I know I'm on to you. I know you did this and that was it. And then, of course, you had to run up there, and then you had to let me know today that you made a video. And you're so proud of yourself. I pee standing up. I'm a grown man. Yeah, okay, good for you, sir. Good for you. There you go. Now zip up your pants and go leave the building, okay? Guy is weird. Yeah, my wife just said he was wanting in this situation so bad. He kept pestering Cluffy to go on his show. It was weird. He wasn't a part of it, but he wanted to be in there so bad. And then he put down a text that I sent him just asking him if he knew the guy. I thought we were on good terms, so I asked him, I said, do you know this guy? That's all I said. And he made it sound like it was some sinister thing. Yeah, do you know this guy? What is this accent? I didn't text it like that and say it all weird. Like he put in the video that I was like, do you know this man? Like it was all sinister or something. No, dude. I just said, do you know him? Because I'm wondering why this guy attacked me. And if this guy from the short ones could have told me, hey, this is why he attacked you. What I was trying to do, honest to goodness, I was trying to do, Rod, was trying to diffuse it and actually just talk to that dude and be like, what is your deal? What is your problem with me? I didn't
Right.
do anything to you. Why did you
Right.
attack me? And I thought this guy was his friend, so I could reach out to him because I knew this guy and, you know, we didn't have a problem. So I thought, you know, whatever. But apparently we did. And so, you know, and I whatever. And then it turns into a big old thing. And now there's all these threats. He's leveling threats at me. I'm going to take your channel. I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to do all this other stuff and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I've heard it all before, dude. You and everybody's mama are going to throw the book at me. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Yeah.
And it's always the same thing. But you can see it here. It's at midnight our time, and we have 400 people in the chat. There's 400 people watching me. And then there'll be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,000 people that'll watch this show.
Right.
And there's even double that watch the podcast. So you got everybody from YouTube along with 15 other platforms. Go check it out. There's a lot of people who watch it and listen to what I'm saying. So be mad. That's all I can tell you. And even if you get me removed from this platform, I'm on 15 others. Okay?
Yeah,
I can make another channel and it'll take a little time, but I'll get everybody right back because what I'm saying is real. What I'm saying is the truth. It's not clickbait. It's not bull crap. There are real people who give us real stories. In fact, somebody was giving us a story while we were sitting right there eating dinner. So people give us stories like all the time.
Yep.
So it's not like it's so hard to do. I mean, if you talk to people, one of the things that Thomas Winterton said yesterday on Blondes and Booze when I was hosting there, he said, the way to be successful is to network. He basically said that. He's like, people say, I need more money to do this. I need more money to do that. No, what you did, Rod, was the way you do it. You got there. You asked me, who are you exactly? And you were so curious, and you asked Christopher Jordan. You talked to Lyle. You interacted with Jason McLean and Tex and every single buddy that was at that table, and Anthony and me. And the Blondes and the Booze and my wife and everybody, and we all had a big dinner. And what was the lady's name that she does the prospecting? Really cool stuff.
Oh yeah, it was really cool. I forgot. She was on the show too.
God, what was her name? Yeah, she was, and I saw her in a chat yesterday.
Yeah, really nice lady. Yeah,
really cool lady. But she's been on TV on the History Channel. She's been all over the place. And so we were all sitting there like a big family and having a good time, and nobody's arguing. We're eating dinner and we're talking shop. And that is how you network, and that is how you get to know people, and you were interested in working, and so here you are. You know, you were on Blondes and Booze. Yeah, and you build relationships, and that's it. That's how it works.
And you know this as well as anybody else. You own a business. Building rapport and relationships, that's the cornerstone of business.
Oh,
that's
you have to.
You really want to, build those relationships because I would tell my son this, look, he plays guitar in a band. I've been playing music for over 20 years. I've been a tour manager. I've done that stuff. One thing I did understand was it's who you are, and it's not only that, it's you building relationships, and when somebody is going to think of you in that light, they're going to, oh, you know what? Yeah. Hey, let's get Josh. We have a good, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, is building those relationships and really giving each other the respect and the love and everything that we, I think, deserve as people, interacting with each other to build those relationships, because nobody builds relationships on disrespect, that's for sure, So I always tell my son, look, you never know who's going to help you out one day. And it's because you've built that relationship, and you've been a good friend, you've been respectful, and you showed them some love. So I've always tried to live by that. I really have.
That's important. And like you said, the cornerstone and networking, communicating,
Absolutely.
getting to know people, because if you don't do that, you're not going to have anything. I mean, there's a lot of people have a lot of different reasons why they don't have money. There are people who are poor. There are people who work their asses off, and I feel sorry for them because they work their asses off and they still don't get anywhere. And they're not really doing anything. They just need to change jobs, or they need to upgrade or whatever. But then there are other people who are not responsible with their money. And you can't, they make huge mistakes. And if you tell them and then okay, I fix it. But the other people, You know, they do it and then they compete. They repeatedly do it. There's nothing you can do. They're determined to be where they're at. And then
Right.
there's the people who just don't want to freaking work, just flat out do not want to work. Now there's people who want to work but they can't, or they're retired, or they're disabled,
Right.
whatever. But there are able-bodied people my age and younger who literally are. There's nothing wrong with them, and they just do not want to work. We have dealt with a bunch of them, right, Anthony?
Oh, yeah.
They're sickening.
They're sickening, and they will do anything not to work. They always have a problem on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. They're always sick on those days or something. You're just like, I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of
Yeah.
it. And you can't
They
convince
spend
them.
more energy avoiding work than they would have spent just working. Just
Very true.
pathetic.
They don't work. They don't do anything. They don't contribute or whatever, and that's a big problem. And then but then those same people. Now that would be one thing if they just were that way and you didn't have to deal with them. But then they will send me messages, literally emails and on Messenger, and say things like, "Why do you have?" and not say it like that, but they'll come out in a roundabout way, and sometimes they'll just flat out say things. It's, why do you have that and I don't?
Mm.
Lyle, who we were eating dinner with, he told me one day, we were talking, we were sitting there eating, and me and Lyle were conversating, and he told me, he's like, dude, the jealousy is so rife. I mean, it's so, and he's like, there are people who will literally come to your table and be like, yeah, I could do this. You know, why are you so special? Blah, blah, blah. And talk to them that way. And you're like, then why don't you? And Lyle told this one guy, he's like, then why don't you?
Right.
Why haven't you written a dozen books? And why aren't you running a band? And why aren't you,
Right.
on TV? I don't, why? I mean, if you can do it, so why? Why not?
Yeah,
And people do
absolutely.
that to me too. You know, they'll tell me that same thing. When I used to coach, that people would come up and be like, I could kick your ass. And like, dead serious. They'd come straight up. There were a lot of young, cocky fighters back in the day.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'd spar with them and sometimes I wouldn't. And sometimes I'd just be like, dude, go get in line. Where did you just come off the street with an attitude? And maybe you have some athletic ability. And the athletic ability goes a long ways. Don't get me wrong. I've seen guys train for years and get their ass kicked by a guy straight out of the street. These fighters that bash street fighters. I'm going to tell you something. I've seen guys off the street play better basketball than the NBA, and I'm not joking. And I've seen guys off the street take people with second-degree black belts and beat the crap out of them, dude, and even beat Golden Glove boxers. But those are people who are just raw animal talent that have like a what do you call it, like a natural athleticism, and they pick it up very well. But that's so rare. But then some of these people will come in off the street and just be an absolute bum. An absolute bum. This one guy, he said, I want you to train my son. His son wasn't a kid. I don't train kids. I only train like older people, whatever. I'm not a beginner coach. And I said, okay, does he know the fundamentals? Yeah, okay, well, let's get started. And he keeps trying to tell me how to do this and how to do that. I said, do you want to coach him? Because why are you paying me to do it? You're paying a lot of money to do this. And he says, you know what? I don't need you. I could kick your ass if I wanted to. And I said, there's a line out the door that people who think they can kick my ass. You don't have the right to just jump in line. So go stand at the back of it. And when you get up here, then it'll be your turn to talk all this. Then you can show me what you got. Okay? You don't jump line.
Yeah.
And then he just looked at me and told his son, come on, I don't want to. Rah, 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 rah. A few years later, I ran into his son one day at a gas station. And I said, what happened? I haven't seen you. Did you keep fighting? He goes, no. He said, my dad did the same thing to like two other coaches. And one of them, I knew the guy, too. He was from a place called Ventures, not there anymore. And he said, yeah, he got into it, and he's suing the guy. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I thought to myself, and I got in the truck, and I told Anthony, my brother, and I said, that kid's dad is a turd.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because it's not the kid's fault. He's in his
No, it's
20s,
not.
whatever. But
Poor kid.
you know, his dad got beat up by this other guy, and now he's suing that dude. And I'm like, that's what he would have done to me. If I had taken him up on it and been stupid enough to say, yeah, come on, let's go. You get in here, let's go. I would have beat him up and I would have gone to jail and or been sued or both. You know, and so I was just like, and this guy told me straight up he could do this, whatever. And I said, well, then do it. Go do it because you're not the coach. You know what I mean? Like, and if you've coached and you can show somebody or help somebody or do something, and I get it. If you've been a coach and you're watching someone else coach, you want to put your 2 cents in and help. Whatever. But the bottom line is if you're not the coach, you can't really do that. You just kind of have to watch. Yeah. And I made sure that my boys went and we're coached by really good, skilled people who I wouldn't want to mess with, unless you had to. It's like these people, that's who you want. So let them do their job. Let them do their job. But that is a big problem in this world and in this field.
Absolutely
And people
it is.
think that they're supposed to have what you have without any sort of credentials or any kind of anything at all. They haven't done any real research. They haven't written any books. They haven't done anything.
Right.
And then you look at their shows, and it's just absolute hot garbage. I'm sorry. But like David Weatherly, he's one of my really good friends in this field. He says, just because you can don't mean you should.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they want to attack the people who have names and stuff, and they want to attack those people because they have and they don't. Well, you know why they have and you don't? Because you're making episodes about this person and this person and this person and this person. And maybe there's some people that are into that just character assassination after character assassination. But the bottom line is you're going to come across somebody and they're not going to take your crap, dude. I'm telling you. And they're going to fight back. And then everything's going to come crumbling down and you're going to be having to be held accountable. And then they want to talk about holding people accountable, and there's consequences to what you do and say. Absolutely, there is, and there's consequences to the nonsense I got on my phone today. Absolutely, it goes both ways, sonny boy. You can't say that you're going to do this and do that. I mean,
I would have said, "Welcome to life."
Yeah. Well, I told him, "Welcome to the party." I said, "Welcome to the party." Since you decided to throw your hat into the ring. I mean, he acts like I pushed his hand. No, dude, you were already headed that way. That's what you wanted, and now you're there. So buckle up, Buckaroo. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I don't know where it's going to go or how far it's going to go, but I'm not going to take your shit. I can tell you that.
Yep, absolutely.
And he's hit down a bunch of other people that I know. I know. And you got to remember, I've been at warfare since the beginning of this thing. It's been perpetual warfare because they don't leave me alone. They don't stop. Every day they're thinking of another way. And what it is, Rod, it's very simple. It's progress. And they're fighting against progress. Yeah. Because we are going to get to the bottom of some of these things, and they're not going to be a part of it. And they're very panicky. They're very mad. They're very upset. And they're very pissy because, people are starting to, and I'm not a part of it. But you could be if you would just shut up and stop fighting with everybody and just do what needs to be done and fall in line. But some of them say silly things like, why do you get to be the boss of this? Why are you the one? Because I thought of it, jackass. That's why. Okay? It's very simple. It's not rocket science. It's not Chinese arithmetic. It's very simple. I'm the one that brought everybody together, and all 22, 23 speakers that were at my conference, people from all the different fields. We had a UAP panel there. We had a Dogman panel, Bigfoot. Okay, you should have gone. You should have been there. It was awesome, and we had a bunch of people, 500-600 people in there talking about this stuff. You could have been there. You could have done it. You could have been a part of it, but you chose not to. Now you just want to throw turds from wherever you're at.
Yeah, unfortunate.
That's a problem.
Unfortunate. Yep.
That's the problem. Rod, thank you for coming on.
Hey, man,
we're going to talk again, and you're so close.
Yes,
we got to stay in touch, and we got to work together.
You
we're going to have you come up here, and I'm going to show you some of these structures, and we can see once we get the cameras together. Once I get the camera, and I will put you on there, and we can work together, and you can be on some videos with us.
Please do. I would love that. That would be an honor. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for tuning in or coming on the show, I should say.
Absolutely.
Rod, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, Rod. Thank you.
All right, man. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So that's Rod Nichols, folks, and a good guy who, I thought he would be a good guest. And he's serious. He takes what he does seriously. He's serious about his research. And I believe that he's pretty credible. I've seen a lot of his pictures and a lot of things that he's doing good things, And, what is there to say, about the constant nonstop? I know people are going like, oh, well, don't talk about whatever, blah, 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 blah. But folks, the reason that we have to, and I'm going to explain to you, and it's also very simple, because if you let them get away with it, then they're just going to go to another target. They're just going to go to another target. This guy, he hit Red Creek Mafia. He's a good friend of mine. He attacked him. He attacked Mel Ketchum. He attacked a whole slew of people and then just gets away with it. And he keeps doing it, and he keeps doing it, and he keeps doing it. And every time he slithers around and has an excuse of why he's attacking this particular person or why he's attacking this particular person. And now he's got his excuses and reasons why he's attacking me. But there is no good reason. There really isn't. You're just doing what your friend did, which is jump on me. And that guy had no damn good reason at all. Don't even know the kid or guy, man, whatever he is, whatever his pronouns are. That's unfortunate. And I reached out to this guy and I said, do you know him? Please tell me if you know him, because I don't know this guy. So I sent him the same text I sent 12 other people. And he acts like I was, messing with him or something. How do you read anything into that? I'm like, is he your friend? Yes or no? That's what I asked a bunch of people. It's really ridiculous. Really, really ridiculous. And so if you're asking the question, are we ever going to have peace? I don't know. Because, folks, what we are doing here at PRT is not like anybody else. I challenge you to find any other show like ours. This is not a braggart thing. This is the truth. The absolute truth. They are not able to retell encounters, bring people on and interview them like we do. They're not doing what we're doing. They cannot do the investigations like I promise you. Everything we do is going to be better than them. We have a record label. We're making music. What are these people doing? They're doing nothing that contributes to anything in this field. So they resort to just making videos ad hominem, just attacking. Just talking trash. Making my voice, and all this other. When do I do that? When do I go, It's childish, petty, kitty stuff, and it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening, and people are going to keep being swayed back and forth, back and forth. Just stick with us, folks, because we're on the right track. Okay, tomorrow night we'll do it again, unless my channel gets taken down by these magic people. Because, old Swampy's told them I'm a menace. And with douchers like that, yeah, he can get them to back him up and say, yeah, he's a menace, yeah. They're all together. We're all on the same team. We're the dumb team. Exactly, war criminal. It's a pastime for them. My right hand is cold. Does that mean something?
I don't know.
There's some kind of legend or something. I look at it like this. Everybody, there's enough to go around. There's enough to eat. Why do you need to be at my trough? Why do you need to be at my table? Who invited you over here to my dog dish? Like the greedy dog that has to eat everybody's. Just go and be on your, and you don't want anybody veering off into y'all's lane. I don't think it was a coincidence that I did the nighttime investigation thing and I got attacked. Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence. They watch everything I do. But then they say that they don't, but yet they can quote everything I say word for word. It's like this weird obsession. What is it with you guys? What are they obsessed? You're obsessed. I imagine that many people who tried to unite people have gone through the same thing. What ultimately ends up happening is they drive them away or something bad happens. Now, I will tell you. He wants to talk about threats. He basically told me that something bad was going to happen to me. He's basically telling me that. He says I was trying to flex on him. Okay, dude.
I don't think anyone will have to try to do that.
Fake Christian. I'm a piece of S,
It's always funny how
You made that
atheists...
video about me, effing idiot. You brought me into that. I never made no video about you. It was at the end of a video. It wasn't about you. What were you saying?
I was just saying, it's always funny how atheists seem to have like these strong opinions on what makes a good Christian or a bad one or a real Christian or a fake one. It's like, who are you? You don't even believe in any of this stuff, but you want to have an opinion on it when it suits your purposes. It's just stupid. But they pride themselves on their intellectualism.
Yeah, and he says that it's going to cost me and all this stuff. And he says, seriously, go see a therapist. You're a joke before something bad happens.
Huh.
Well, he threatened me.
Oh, but he's calling the cops on you, huh?
You threatened me. My lawyer sent me that right now, actually. Just a little FYI. He picked that apart real quick. Yeah, see, Laddie Buck, it works both ways. And he says when I try to act hard, it's real cringe. Like it's like, yeah, that is pretty cringe. I can tell you that. What's up, yo? You want that street beef? You want that street beef? I think that you be trying to beef with me. I don't think you understand. You're gonna have to pay a fee to talk to me. I'm so real. I'm the next deal. You can't get with me. See your chest, I steal. Gangster, gangbanger, Sopranos, whatever. What is this? What are we doing here? Let me tell you something. You better watch it there, tough guy. You better watch yourself. That's all I'm saying. Don't mess with me. I'm number 3 in the nation. Number 2 in real life. Number 1 in my head. I don't even know what that means, but you better watch out before something happens. Something dark side dead. Something by your bed. It's ridiculous, man. So ridiculous. You better watch yourself. I got this. I know how to use it. I take it like that and I pop the lid off the top of the bottle. And then I drink my pop. Then I set it down. What do you think about that? I just noticed my head looks like an apple with like this. If you haven't noticed already by this point, I don't really care. You know, you got the one guy up there talking about he's crazy, belongs in a nut house. He should be, somewhere in a padded cell and blah, 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 blah. And that sounds kind of good because I'd actually like a break from reality and I'd like to be able to take long naps and not have to do anything like the rest of these people. At this point, if they said, hey, you want to go to a psychiatric facility for a little while, I'd say, yeah, please. I'm tired. I need something. Give me something and let me sleep. Let me sleep. Tripping up on you? What do you say? Sorry about that. I heard you say something earlier about you donated 10 and it didn't show up. What is that? Is there anything we can do about that?
I mean, it's not even showing up on our end. I checked, and it's not there. So I mean, I hope it doesn't go through.
That would be messed up if it went through on his end and then it didn't do anything. Well, like I was telling you about that thing that was taken. Did you ever fix that? I mean,
Yeah.
that they were taking money out of our account. People were buying merchandise, and we weren't getting paid. And I saw it over and over again. I don't know what happened, but they were just taking the money out of our account and then not putting it back. It was weird. I don't know. These things do weird stuff. I know it's weird. I do think it's time for a haircut, though. I'm kind of looking like an apple head. What do you think, guys? I can take my head now and turn it into an apple meme. Talk about my head. His head is a satanic apple. And then if it's the atheist, then, he's mentally unstable, needs to see some sort of psychiatrist or therapist or something. Someone that you paid to shrink your brain.
He needs to be taking some kind of pills.
Yes, or on pills. What would be best for us is if you and your whole family were on pills.
Yeah.
Thank you, doctor. I appreciate it. Well, that's what I do. It's my job. Take these pills. Yeah. But anyway, I mean, it is what it is. We're here. People are going to be people, right? They're going to do what they're going to do. But I stand by what I say, and I'll leave you with this. At some point, what me and Rod were talking about tonight needs to happen. We need to have researchers from different fields. You know, we're all in one big field, but the field is divided into 3 or 4 parts. And I think these people, they feel very, very threatened by that. They don't want. If you notice the people that I've been at war with, I mean, they're opposition. Justin Buckner, thank you for that donation. Goes towards our camera fund. They are opposition. They're opposed to unifying the fields. And even if they say that they're not, they're lying. I'm telling you right now, because they fight so hard. And they don't have any good reasons. They come up with all kinds of nonsense, bullcrap reasons why they came at me. Why that's always some kind of, weird whatever. Or they have a million reasons. Can't just let us be. Can't just let us do us. Can't just have a show and have fun and have a good time. I promise you though, dude, we're going to have fun. We're going to have a good time. You're going to laugh and you're going to have a good time. That's what PRT is. And we talk about all this weird stuff, what this guy is, what this pendant means, what it does. We talk about everything. And tomorrow night we're going to do it again. And they're going to be sitting there mad and gnashing their teeth. And others are going to jump for joy. But the fact is, we'll be here tomorrow and the next day, pissing them off. And then we'll be back posting it on Tuesday. Take the channel down, whatever. We'll just keep putting everything on the other platforms, Spotify, Google, iTunes. Dude, it's bigger than this. You think taking YouTube is gonna stop us? Talking about you're gonna take your channel down. Oh well. That's a good thing that I have a business, isn't it? And another one to back that one up. And skills that I can use if I have to. I can coach. What can you do besides bitch? You got that skill. I've seen that in spades from a lot of them. They just sit there on their channel bitching about me, saying that I'm bitching about them and blah, blah, blah. But at least I put some content out there. I mean, geez. And hopefully, eventually, folks, maybe we can get some peace. You think it'll happen in our lifetime? You think eventually they'll stop? Or is it just going to get more and more manic because they're panicking? I'll tell you something that my friend Bartonelli told me the other day. And it's something that I've talked to with several of my friends in this field. And he says, they're never going to stop because there's nothing without you. They need the validity. You validate who they have nothing. They're so used, this is my words, to feasting on this community as parasites, that now that someone's threatening to cut that off, they are so threatened by that. They are so pissed. They're so angry. And someone who will just come right out and tell you, you're a lying piece of shit. You're a fraud. You're a hoaxer. And you're going around telling them that everyone else is a hoaxer and fraud to cover your ass. Week after week, we bring on guests and they tell their stories. Week after week, I retell people's encounters. Week after week, we keep bringing you quality content. Right? And then now we're going to be going out into the field and doing investigations once, maybe twice, I don't know, maybe 100 times, who knows. Now it's like, oh shoot. Now I'm going to be screaming. Now I'll be screaming on that ass. I'm going to be like, oh! That's you, dude. Because now we're going out into the field and we're going to do it better than you. We're going to use microphones and cameras, and we're going to go and we're going to show you what we've seen. Whenever somebody gives me an account that I can drive to, well, then I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do it. And you know what? I'm going to do it just so I can piss you off, because I'm going to do it better than you could do it. And if I decided to be a little hateful turd, a little vindictive, fetid turd, you know what I would do? I would do an attack on one single person, and I would do an attack on another single person, and it would be decisive and so glorious. It would just be like, boom. But I actually choose to not do that. But I could. And I bet you I could do it better than you. I'd be like Diane Sawyer and Tucker Carlson had a baby. It'd be all over you. I'd be like Baba Wawas. Can you answer the question why you're a piece of shit? Apocalypse says, hey, Josh, what's the future look with Bigfoot and these other cryptids? Are some going to come into the light? Yes, I do believe that. I believe it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And these people are going to just keep going like, well, I don't know why this is happening. These apes are running wild. It's like Planet of the Apes. They're just big apes. They're apes. And there's this other thing. Is this out there? It's an ape. And then there's this thing. It's this grape ape. And there's ape. And then ape jelly and ape peanut butter and ape jelly. Ape. Did I tell you it was an ape? Did I say it was an ape? Did you hear me say ape? Gigantopithecus.
Like Rain Man.
They start short circuiting. Giganto, and then it collapses. Oh, it was a robot the whole time. What does this say here? Government issued. What is that? Weird. Let's see who the real culprit is. They take the mask off. It's like the military-industrial complex. And I would have got away with it, too, if it wasn't for you meddling middle-aged people who wanted to know the answers to these things. Couldn't leave well enough alone. I tried to stop you with all my minions. But no, you just had to keep going. One of the Joneses. Jim Jones, Jerry Jones, Alex Jones, Star Jones, I don't know, one of the Joneses. You're all the Joneses. Just keep on digging. Keep digging. You're getting too close. Stop. You get too close, man. Too close. Angry. Man. Horrible. Horrible person you are. You need to stop. You need to stop. You keep talking about connecting dots. You shouldn't do that. Stop connecting the dots. Don't put the dots together. If you put the dots together, the whole thing goes... That's what they're worried about. That is the problem, isn't it? I get messages all the time telling me I better do this, I better do that. You better stop. Mm-hmm. You better stop.
Or what?
You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look, you're a freaking clown. Yes. Clown shoes. That's what you are. You're wearing the clowns. You're wearing the shoes of the clown. 80 years or however long it's been, you ain't seen nothing, ain't found nothing. Still clinging to the Patterson Gimlin, whatever. The Holy Grail. A guy in a suit. Maybe, maybe not. But then again, the guy was known as a hoaxer. Why does everybody ignore that fact? He was a carny. Nobody talks about that, right? Because these things are real. I promise you they're real. But maybe they're just not what you want them to be. So you go and you assassinate everybody's character. And it doesn't matter whether they get close to the truth, whether they're a good guy, a bad guy, whatever, whoever you need to go after. I'll stand right here and I'll say this. I don't know whether you're a government hack or not. And this goes for all of them, the whole group of them. I don't know. But some of you do mimic them, if that's because you attack people who get close to the truth, and you would do it for no damn good reason. So if you could give me a good reason other than nana poo poo, then tell me. And when you message someone, if I message you, Anthony, and I said, hey, do you know this guy? How do you take offense to that? How is that offensive to you?
Yeah.
There was nothing offensive about that at all. I asked you a simple question.
Just grasping at straws.
This is how Swamp Man did me too. I asked him a simple question. I texted him and said, hey, do you know this guy? And he turned it into a whole big old thing. And then lied for weeks about who started it. No. If I ask you a question, a simple question that could be answered by a text, no, I really don't. Oh, sorry, that's it. I texted Doug Hycheck one day. Doug, great guy. He was worried about me. Actually messaged me and, concerned about the fires in Texas. A good guy. Used to have Monster Quest. Good guy, Doug Hycheck. He messaged me one day. I messaged him back. That's how friends do. I messaged him one day and asked him a simple question. He answered it. Very simple. There wasn't all this uproar. There wasn't a fight. It doesn't have to be a fight. You know why there's a fight? Because you want there to be a fight. You wanted into this war, all of you that are involved. You involved yourself because it was a way for you to get noticed, a way for you to be relevant, and you jump on a side that you think will win, and you see all these people against me, and you think, oh, well, it's our chance now to take down the evil bad guy, the big bad wolf, and then I can be a part of the celebration, the Ewok village, right? Where you burn my suit. Is that what it is? Because he says, I have a war inside my head. No, it's not inside my head. It's very much out here happening. And I'm being attacked daily. And now you're just another person that's doing it. With no damn good reason. Other than you're all afraid. You're afraid of change. You don't like the direction that we're headed. Because, holy shoot, we're actually finding some answers to these things. And you're not a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
You could have been. But instead, you wanted to hurl insults, threats, and every type of libel and slander that you could come up with. Every type of defamation, it's been thrown at me. Every single piece of defamation and libel and slander has been recorded. It's all there. We have it. Screenshots, everything. You did what you did, and you all know who you are. And you sit up here and you watch my show and you hate my guts. And you don't even know why. The main reason, because I'm doing something that you either can't or won't. And you're not smart. And you're all just waiting for somebody to take him. Take him down, somebody, please. YouTube, are you there? Facebook, help. Stop this man. This man has got to go. Give us Barabbas. Give us anybody. But get rid of him. This guy has got to go. And they're over there like, eating their turkey sandwich. Hold on. What did he do? What did he do? He said some very bad things. Mr. Tube, you need to get rid of him. Get rid of him. Do your job, you. Okay, yeah. Okay, guys, calm down. Calm down. One more bite of my turkey and rye. Hold on. And he, and then he's like, okay. All right, I'm done. Why do y'all want to kill this man? Why do you want to kill him? All the rabble. Hey, me. It's me. Ooh. You in the front row, the fat guy with the beard. Yes, well, that's not very nice. I can say what I want. I'm the boss. Well, anyway, go ahead. He said some very, very incendiary things. Very, very incendiary. He says Bigfoot come out in and out of the realms and stuff like that. Okay, duly noted. Okay. Next. Me. Yes, the lady with the bifocals. Well, I was drunk one night, and I kind of got a little carried away, So I texted him some stuff, and it was kind of inappropriate, and then he said something I didn't like. So F him. So now I'm going to go on everybody and then attack him. I also remote viewed some fake stuff and did some crap, and then I also lied about Bigfoot and just did all kinds of other stuff, and he pointed it out. Wow. Okay. Next composite character. Okay, yes, Mr. Rabble number 3. So we got into a war of words, and I kind of said I would beat him up, but then when he said it back, I got really upset and butthurt, and then you see what I'm saying, right? And they're like, okay, so what do you want to do here? And they're all like, we want to kill him! Kill him! Yeah, kill him! Get rid of him! Kill him! He's trying to move forward. It's just like when electricity was invented. That's all bull crap. We don't need it. Well, we kind of do need electricity. That you wouldn't even know about all this without electricity. Whatever, it's magic. We don't care. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's I guess everybody's in agreement, right? Y'all are the loudest and you're in the front. What about the people in the back? Well, we don't really talk loud, but there's 90 of us and 10 of them, and we want him to stay and keep telling us the truth about what's going on. Okay. Well, y'all are kind of outnumbered by the other people, so we're going to kill them too. Kill them all. He has got to go. Get him off of the tube of you. Take him off of Facebook. It's apparently they've decided I can't make any tried to make an account for my comedy. Mm-hmm. Can't do that. Offended some people. Don't tell the truth. These fools they ain't into that. They ask a question. They said, "Are you a confirmed liar?" No. Well, see ya. First question, you got it wrong. Damn, that was quick. But they keep yelling and screaming. Rabble. Okay, fine. I wash my hands. Take this man and kill him. He tried to help you. But obviously, men like him never learn. There's always a bunch of them out there trying to help people, and we just kill them all. We get rid of them. We destroy them. We break them apart. We destroy them any way we can. We knock their whole reputation into the dirt. We spread lies, slander, libel, everything we can possibly do until you get your way and he's driven from whatever it is that he's doing. Unless he's strong. Unless he's able to withstand the assaults that come constantly, keep coming, and it never ends. It never ends like an assembly line. Can you do that without having anxiety attack after anxiety attack and blood pressure going through the roof and feeling like you're going to die? Because that's what happens to me, folks. My blood pressure's really bad. It goes through the roof now. It's just, it is what it is. It's a product of being under constant attack. High stress levels. I feel like I am sacrificing everything to do this. And I had to come to terms with it. Is it worth it to be under constant attack? And I made up my mind that it was, so I have to deal with it. So if I want to be in this field, I got to deal with these people popping up every day, making videos and saying the most horrible things about me, about my nephews, about my wife, about my family, putting my fans and my listeners and all my friends through the ringer. This guy brought up the dude from DER in his video. They always do. They always bring him up. And people don't want to hear my side of that, what went on. Like I've said before, I didn't start it with that dude. I didn't start it with these people. They want this. They want this fight. And there's more of them than there are of me. I get that. But I still believe in this community. And I believe that even though they're very loud and they postulate, they posture, I think that they're still in the minority. The only problem is that they are loud. They scream and yell. And so they are going to continue to do what they do. Make threats and then turn it around and say, I threatened them. This guy literally threatened me. And then he turned around and said, I threatened him. He's going to law enforcement. Go to the National Guard, go to North Korea. I don't give a damn where you go. Go to La Cosa Nostra. I don't give a freaking crap since you want to talk about the Sopranos and some other crap, whatever. He says, when I try to flex, it's so cringe. Cringing. Oh, dude, you aren't going to win. You're just going to destroy, and that's it. You can't build. You cannot build anything. We have built a community, and they want to destroy it. But remember, something bad's going to happen to me. You heard it. Something bad's going to happen to me. I know, because y'all are going to do it. Because you can't have your way. I've been under spiritual attack, which these atheist groups, people are going to laugh about. You think it's cute and funny that's not a real thing. It is.
Sure.
And I've been under verbal, emotional stress. I've been under physical and mental stress. And he started talking about how it's going to cost me a lot of money. Well, boy, suing people ain't cheap. It ain't cheap. I know that. So, whatever. If you want to throw away money and do whatever, then you do whatever makes your choo-choo run. Boy. Goofy looking people, they just come out of the woodwork, just goofy as the day is long. For what? Because I have something and you wish you had it. That's all this is. All of them. Jealousy. Jealousy. When I first set out on doing what I'm doing, which is trying to unite these fields, trying to bring people across, bridge. If we don't build this bridge between these fields, the trifecta, as Rod Nichols said earlier, we're not going to find the answers. And there are people who are fighting. Folks, listen to me, PRT listeners, paratroopers. These people are fighting us day and night. One of them, two of them, three of them, seven of them, eight of them, nine, whatever. They are up all hours of the day and night, attacking. I wake up to attacks, to threats. Every day I wake up to this crap. And each one of them thinks that they're the center of the universe. But you're just another tick on the dog's ass, just trying to feed and bleed everybody. I don't owe you anything. I don't have to give you anything. All I got to do is pay taxes and die. You want so bad for there to be some cause, some reason to take me down, to stop what I'm saying. You don't want people to hear it because it might threaten your little corner of the lie realm that you've created. Allergic to the truth. And the truth is that you can't do anything. You can't do anything creative. You can't do anything. You can't kiss the right side of your brain. You have no clue. You can talk about data points and what's it called? The evidence all day long. I go where the evidence points. Where is the evidence pointing at, Droopy? Tell me. Well, Bub, it's over there, and well, it's over there, but it's, well, honestly, it's not here. Exactly. But whatever you do, don't deal with the big bad wolf because, well, he's just a bad guy. Can you tell us why? No, we have no evidence. We go where the evidence points us, but we believe that he's a bad guy. Wait a minute. You have no evidence, but yes, we change the standards as we see fit. Goodbye. That's it. Do what you have to do, Mr. Facebook, Mr. YouTube, Mr. X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Whatever platform he goes to, get rid of him. We will go on a campaign. The Idiots United campaign. Idiots United. The IU. I and you. We're going to go on a campaign to get rid of him. Silence his voice. Hell, kill him if we have to. Just whatever to make him stop. The lies and the shakedowns are not working. The threats ain't phasing the guy. He just keeps talking. He just won't stop. He keeps defending himself. We're not used to that. We're used to punching on people and then them dropping out and backing away, just leaving and staying clear of us because we're bullies. And then we go after a guy, which really we should just say we made a big, big mistake and back off, but we just won't do that because pride. Pride is always there messing with you, messing things up for you. Too proud to just say, hey, we got nothing going in our lives. We suck. That's it. You could just apologize and say, hey, look, man, I'm sorry. We shouldn't be doing this. And I would say, good for you. Go on your way. Don't talk to me. Don't mess with me. Don't look at me. I'll never text you and ask you a simple question like, hey, do you know this guy ever again? And you do the same with me. But you can't do that. That's not going to happen because your pride is hurt. And you're angry. You're bitter. You're very, very pissed off. So, give us Barabbas, right? I look at it like this, dude. If the people of this world could take the Son of God and kill him for trying to help them, what do you think they'll do to you or me or anyone else? They don't care. A president tries to help the world, they shoot him in front of everybody. Another one comes along and says, hey, maybe we should investigate that. They disgrace him. This is what they do. And if you're having to get up there and say, hey, I'm not a government agent, what are you doing? That blew my mind. What are you doing that's making people even think that? That's craziness. You were insane, dude. Talking about the Sopranos and trying to turn me into the Godfather. Dude, blow it out your freaking pie hole, anus, whatever you want to blow it out of. And we had this other crazy person, the psychologist. Very, very disappointed in what we found out. Very disappointed in people. That's right, war criminal, yeah, you're right. Even people you thought you could trust, that you thought would be cool and not try to hurt you and they backstab you. Look at what Vulture did. Then he gets on somebody's chat and says, we're going around trying to be around him. Who the hell wants to be around you? You're a vulture for a reason. Anybody want to be around a vulture? But you know what's weird? The guy who's attacking me now, he made a hit piece attacking Vulture. Did y'all know that? Oh, that's right. Because they fought each other. Little known fact, they all fought each other before. And they want to turn me into Hitler, Vader, Capone, Pharaoh, Nero, whatever. I am Adolf Hitler, leader of the Third Reich. Little known fact, also dope on the mic. That's what you want me to be? You want me to be Cobra Commander, bad guy, Destro, whatever? Whatever, dude. Thanos, whatever the bad guy is. Those are too cool. Let's make me into something worse. Ted Bundy. What do you want me to be? Whatever your bad guy is, that's me. I'm the bad guy. The boogeyman. Because I call you out on your shit. That's all it is. Because you're mad. You're pissed off. You're angry. You can't control me. And your little threats don't scare me. And your videos don't mean shit to me. Your videos are getting, what, 200 views? Nobody cares. Anyways. Pickle Rick says, I thought I had friends till they turned on me too. I learned in this world it's hard to really have a true friend, and that's a sad thing because I have a lot of really, really good friends. In my day-to-day life, I have more friends than I can count on my fingers and my toes. And I'm talking like solid ride or die friends who I could trust them with anything. I can trust them with my secrets. I could give them my bank account numbers. And I am blessed by the Lord God above and his Son, Jesus Christ, and the blessed Holy Spirit, to have those people in my life. I have a lot of real friends. And I don't even go to them and burden them and ask them for help with this crap. You know why? Because I'm a big boy. I pee standing up. I take care of my own business myself. But they offer. Every day someone's always offering. You need some help, man? These people are always after you. I could speak up. I could say this and that now, but then they'll target you and they'll come after you. Because these people are vultures. You don't know what they're going to do or what they're going to say or who they're going to target or what they're going to do that day. You wake up to a targeted video from this person who had the audacity to talk about me threatening him after all of this crap he just said on there and all of this crap. You're out of your mind, aren't you? You were really all of them. You're out of your minds. The whole pack of them, bunch of idiots. It's not going to work. It's not slowed us down.
No.
Not at all. The growth is accelerated. Somebody called me a cancer. I said, well, this cancer is metastasizing. You better do something about it. You got some problems. Because we are moving, folks. And even if they shut it down, we'll just be somewhere else. Because I'm about to be on TV. I really hate that. Oh, boy. There's a lot of this. They hate. You can smell it for miles. I'm just so mad. They're like the Niners fans. I'm not picking on you, but Niners fans, they showed a video of them breaking their TVs after the Super Bowl, and I don't blame them. I would have been pissed, too. But, yeah, that's what they're. These people are basically like just breaking their computer, destroying it because they're mad. And I guess if I was you, I'd be mad too. Tomorrow, not talking about this. We're talking about the alien agenda tomorrow. We're talking about what we need to talk about. Hopefully it'll be Christopher Jordan. I think he's coming on tomorrow. We're going to have Rob Yox back. And I think Chris James, maybe not. I think he said he might not be able to make it. But we're set to record with him for next Wednesday's show. So I got to get going, and we got to do a show for Tuesday. We got to get a podcast episode made for the podcast. See, because, I forgot to tell you, we're on 15 different platforms. So you can stop threatening me about YouTube. That's just one platform. I see you exist on YouTube, but you don't exist anywhere else because you don't know how to do it. One day you're going to look up, you're going to see a billboard, and it's just going to be multiple faces of mine all over the place. What are you going to do then? Be like a nightmare. Can you imagine that's their nightmare? They wake up just talking on the billboards. Your theories are wrong. Your theories are wrong. Your theories are wrong. Your theories are wrong. Ah! Like, what happened? I had a horrible nightmare. I had a dream that Josh Turner won and people woke up to the truth. She's like, oh, no. We're still living in the lie. Oh, thank goodness. He looks over. It's a lizard next to him. There you go. All right, folks. I love you. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I appreciate it. And y'all have a good night.